Did I disconnect? Says that we're back, but... Yeah, I just lost connection for a second. I think that might have been an internet. Is there a dummy thick delay? What kind of issues? I thought it was my computer. No, it was not. It was mine. I believe it was my internet. Just kind of had a fucking moment. And it's fine. Awesome. Discord sent another live notification? That's weird. I won't question it. Anyways, funny bridges, Jack is an ass. Jack is like, Violet, I'm fucking coming for you. Another piece of lore, like there's random lore pieces that Mira just kind of bombs on Violet, before she goes. Yeah, it's back as in the stream is back. Thank God. I don't know if I like where that spike is. I don't think I like where that spike is. But, you know, Mira's giving her the crash course. Okay, gotcha. Mira's giving her the crash course also for the purpose of us, the audience, who needs to know about, all of these things. Another thing that she says right before Violet walks away is, hey, stay away from Xaden Riorson, I think is his last name. Xaden is spelled X-A-D-E-N. She says, stay away from him. He fucking hates me, and he will hate you because you are our mom's kid. It keeps freezing. Is there a chat delay also? I can also restart stream if need be, but I don't... Are we good now? Doesn't seem like it? Okay, cool. Interesting. I don't see any more issues on my side. Juno! Juno! Out of the trash bag? No, ma'am. Rut-row. Don't you rut-row me! Rut-row what? Are we having more issues, or...? I'm talking about fucking dragons, not fucking dragons. At least not yet. Huh, just like hiccups? No, well, I'm not done with the book yet. I don't know what there is to come. We'll get there. There's some foreshadowing that I'm not sure what to make of. This book has sex in it. I know that. I am positive that this book has sex in it. I don't think that it has dragon sex, but who really fucking knows? That's literally the only thing I knew. I knew it was about the dragon military. I knew it was a romance, and I knew that there was sex. Those are the only things I knew about this book. Mira also said a couple more pieces. Mira also said, find Dane, spelled like pain but with a D. Find Dane. Dane is her childhood bestie. He will help her and make sure she doesn't die. Oh, you sent the rut-row delayed. Good. Not good that it was delayed, but also good that it was delayed. Big piece of lore that will come back again and again. In this country, so the reason there's a dragon military is that there is another nation, not necessarily at war, but they're just, it seems like they're always encroaching. Like, the dragon military is really just used for defense. Also, dragons have magic, as I mentioned, but they also have wards, like the ability to protect the country. That's just something to know. Something cool that I will say that this book does is at the beginning of every chapter, there's like a little, you know how a lot of chapters will have a quote at the beginning of the chapter from some other author or whatever, from pieces of literature. This book, each chapter starts with a quote from an in-universe book. So sometimes that can be like the codex, like their rule sets. Sometimes it's letters between generals. Like one of the times, it was a letter between Violet's mom and I think the king. So that's like the only indication that we have that this is a monarchy and that there's like a king. I don't really know what that part of the world is. This world seems pretty vast other than this college. Like I would be interested in more of what's going on in this world. I don't know if it's very connected to the dragons, even though dragons are clearly like the cool part of this world. But I don't know, to some people I'm sure daily life, the existence of dragons is inconsequential. I'm dropping a spike. But either way, other huge piece of lore that is a really big part so far, at some point one of the like kind of states of this continent, this country, this song is particularly loud, one of the states rebelled. I don't really know what against at the current moment, but they rebelled against the country at large. And obviously they lost this rebellion. And when they lost the rebellion, a couple things happened. One, all of the like rebellion, anyone involved in it was executed. That was thing number one. Everyone was executed. Two, if they had children, the children had to be present to witness this execution. Three, said children had to be put in the dragon military. This is an interesting decision on the part of the country, at large. I find it interesting to say the least. I feel like having the children rebellion children enter your military just seems kind of questionable, but I think the logic there is that dragons are not gonna choose someone that sucks. They sound like the baddies. What do you mean they sound like the baddies? I know nothing about the state that rebelled, actually. Like, I don't even really know why the rebellion happened yet. I'm sure I will learn. If I don't, then that would be not really a plot hole. It's more like a lore hole, and I hate lore holes. I love lore. I'm a lore junkie. So that's notable. Oh, also 3 is they joined the kids had to join the dragon military. 4, said children were marked permanently. They're magical in nature. I don't think they're just like tattoos, but they are marked on their arms. It's obviously, it has to be aesthetically pleasing because it's a YA novel. I think for all of them it winds like up their arm. But it indicates that they were in the rebellion so that they can't just like blend in with other people. There are clearly rules about these children of the rebellion, the rebellion kids, such as they are not allowed to gather in groups more than 3. I am also a lore whore. Ooh, somebody has to have made like merch that says lore whore. If they haven't, I will do it, because that is me. I am a lore whore. What was I saying? I don't know. I went on a mental tangent there thinking of a t-shirt or a sweatshirt that says lore whore. What about the dragon military was I talking about? I was talking about the rebellion. I think the idea is that when they put them in the dragon military that they will die. because it is hard to be in the dragon military, and these are also people that are not volunteers. They are kids. I don't know how old kid means. I think it's any offspring of offspring, any spawn of the people involved with the rebellion at large. That little piece of lore that they can't gather in groups of 3 is one of those things that's like a quote at the beginning of a chapter. I think that's a cool idea. Sometimes the ones like the quips at the beginning of chapters are related to the chapter itself, but sometimes they're not, so you never really know. Sometimes it's very obviously foreshadowing something, and sometimes it's like, I know this is foreshadowing something, but I don't know what it is quite yet. But it's nice to have that kind of... I like that method of just jamming lore information into my brain. I like that method better than Mira lore dumping on us in perfect text at the beginning. Personally, personal preference. But this is of note because Mira tells her, hey, stay away from Xaden, he hates us, because his dad was a leader in the rebellion and thus was killed. And he hates everyone in their family because of it. So that's just good to know. I say this is good to know because that is the immediate next thing that happens after Violet's on the parapet and Jack is behind her trying to kill her. She succeeds in not getting yeeted by him. Honestly, just by sheer luck and by running. And immediately upon getting off of the parapet, well, first of all, she has him, she like has a dagger. Also, she's a dagger girly. If she's gonna be like a cool girly main character, she either has to be a dagger girly or a bow and arrow girly. There's like no in between. And she's one of the dagger girlies. She has a fuck ton of daggers. They are like all up her sides and up her thighs and stuff. Oh, also she made friends with somebody in line to the parapet. Her name is Rhiannon, and she's awesome. She's the best character so far. She's just a cool dude. She's the best. She is best friend. She is best friend, and she's bisexual. That matters absolutely zero to the story. It's just something that is in the story, and I love when stories have the legubita and it's not, there's not like a point made. Like, it's not told that this character is gay because he is the main character's gay best friend who's like, yes, bestie, yes, queen slay, pussy boss, you know, like that. The one that can go do nails and shopping with her, but without you know, the reader going, I wonder if there's a romance here. But no, you don't have to worry because he is gay. No, Rhiannon is just bi because she can do whatever she wants. Or maybe pan, I don't know what she is, but she sleeps with a girl. Zephyr's a little late again. Yes, I know you're editing. I know. Yeah, we crashed. My internet just went out. It's fine. Rhiannon fucks a girl, and then in the last chapter I read, she fucked a guy. Prior, I was like, oh, a lesbian! But no, she's a bi, which is fine, because I am also a bi, and I love to see my people represented in bad bitches. So Rhiannon is like, she's the equivalent of she's a cooler horse girl. Why do I have another Discord ping? Yeah. Rhiannon's like a very cool horse girl. She's like clearly one of those people, and I like this bit of world building where she was talking to somebody in line about how they've always thought dragons were so cool, and it was like their dream since they were little to join the dragon army. Because here's the thing, the dragon army is entirely, at least to my knowledge, entirely volunteer-based. Except for, obviously, the kids of the rebellion. So anyone who joins the dragon military is doing it on their own volition. They are doing it because they want to, and they can prepare however they please. A lot of people prepare basically their whole lives to do so, and it is made very clear very early on that Violet has only been preparing for about 6 months, because prior to that she thought she was going to join the scribes. I think there's 4 factions in total. There's the scribes, the medics, obviously the riders. Who are the other ones? I don't fucking remember. I was giving Zach the rundown not too long ago before he decided to download the entire book just to stunt on me. Healers. Oh, infantry. What does infantry fucking mean? It's fine. I don't know about actual military. Anyways, she thought she was gonna be a scribe. Obviously, that didn't happen. But on the bright side, she is so smart and intelligent and cool. She's got brains to make up for her lack of brawn. But I digress. So, Rhiannon's already made it across the parapet. She's great. Best to ever do it. Although, I will say that Violet was given like some grippy shoes. Not actually grippy shoes, but like some shoes with some better grip by Mira. And she gave one of the shoes to Rhiannon because she noticed that Rhiannon was wearing like just riding boots. And she was like, you are going to slip with those. Here, take one of my boots. That was kind of how they bonded. But yeah, Rhiannon's awesome. She will be here for the foreseeable future. If they kill off Rhiannon, I'm going to scream. But like I said, I'm on page 208, I think, at the current moment. Not even halfway through. So, they get off the parapet. Jack is like, I'm gonna kill you. He's still standing up. That is loud as fuck. Hold on. Thank you so much. Turn that down a little bit. I would love to slurp it up. I was thirsty, as you can tell. Should I move this up here? Maybe? Not that I'm doing anything on it right now, but just so you have more of my stuff view. Bring this up, because I could use this. I could use more table space, that is for fucking sure. These little flaps will come out too. Yap streams do require more sips, that is for fucking sure. Look at our progress. We're getting there. We're very close to one booby. This is what I got left on the other booby. See, I told you, this takes for fucking ever. Anyways. Gets off the parapet. Jack is still standing on the parapet itself, and it's like raised. That's the only way I can kind of understand how this works. And Violet has him by the balls. She has a dagger out, and they are against his balls. She has the opportunity to fucking neuter. And she doesn't. That sucks. The way that Violet is characterized up until this point isn't necessarily that she's like a little shy girl. But she is very meek when interacting with her mother. I think that's just the vibe that I got, but in reality, she just doesn't see a reason to fight with her mother. It's like, why even bother, I guess? Because for some reason, I've had it in my head that she's much more timid and less extroverted. She is an extrovert, and I just don't think the very first chapter characterizes her in the way that I wish it did. But that's okay. It's not a perfect book, and I've said this once, I'll say it a million more times. I don't know if I would say that this is, objectively speaking, a good book. I am not a good judge, because I have read very little in my life. Let me be abundantly clear. The last time I have read a book, like cover to cover, was probably in high school, and it was definitely because I did not have a choice in the matter. Even in college, I don't think there was ever a situation in which I finished an entire book, unless you count like plays. Because when I was doing theater stuff, obviously I would have to read the whole script, and like Death of a Salesman is in a book. I have it over there actually. Yeah, no, I don't really. I haven't finished a fiction book in many moons. Anyways. I don't know if this is objectively a good book, but I am enjoying myself, is how I've described it thus far, and how I will continue to do so. So Violet has him by the balls, whatever. Once they get past the parapet, they go over to, I guess, like, some bitch with a scroll to, like, write their names down because they didn't die walking across the parapet. And, of course, the first person she meets is Xaden, who is so hot and sexy. The first thing you have to know about Xaden is he is so hot and sexy. He is so hot and sexy. I kid you not, maybe it's just because of my distaste romantically in men at the current moment. I have been with a male partner for like 5 years now. When I see, like, it takes a particularly impressive man, or even just male presenting individual in the wild, for me to go awooga, you know? That doesn't happen too often. Most women can make me go awooga, but that's beside the point. But when I was picturing Xaden, I was picturing somebody, he was tall and like pretty lean, like built, because you have to be built to be a dragon rider. That's just kind of obvious. I've also decided that this is too big. Let me make that smaller. There we go. But I had it in my brain that he was like almost an emo Draco Malfoy design, like older Draco Malfoy. We don't talk about little kid Draco Malfoy, like, you know, fucking bowl cut, but like in the later books, kind of, or I guess later movies. Let me be extremely clear, I have not read. I do think I read the first Harry Potter book, maybe the second and third. I do think I read the first, second, and third when I was in either middle or high school. But turns out I didn't like reading, so I got lost in the fourth, if I remember correctly. And I don't think I've seen most of the Harry Potter movies. I've never been a Harry Potter girly. I just smelled the bad vibes on it, I guess, from a mile away. What was the purpose of that tangent? I love my brain. I love my brain and its ability to get lost in its own little forest. Oh, I think I'm talking about characterizing Xaden. For some reason in my brain, I pictured him as like tall, and big, but like not like a Dorito man, you know, like shaped like this. And pale with like white hair and dark features, like the stark contrast. I think the name Xaden gives me that energy. And the first time I read her description of him, it's like 2 paragraphs describing how hot and sexy he is, which is to be expected from any YA book when there's hot and sexy boys. And the first time I read it, I skipped over it. I literally skipped the entire paragraph, and I had to stop myself, and I went, no, you read that. You can't just be skipping over things. That's actually the only thing that my brain has automatically skipped over so far in this book. So luckily that hasn't become a habit. And then I made myself read it, and then apparently I didn't retain it because for some reason, up until like probably the first 10 chapters, I was just picturing him as tall with like either white or very light hair and dark features. You know, a Danny Phantom sort. Maybe it's just because that's what I think is cute, what I think is hot in a boy. But turns out she describes him as a textbook tall, dark, and handsome. So he's like, his skin tone is described as tawny. He's very tan, which also makes sense because they're out in the sun like constantly. I feel like everyone, I don't know if they have SPF in this magic world, but like everyone's getting skin cancer. So he's like tan, and he has dark hair that is windblown. Windblown. He has a face scar because facial scars are cool. That runs, I believe, from through the eyebrow and cuts into the top of his cheek. And this is where you find out that the rebellion, like symbol on their arms, it winds up his hand, and then it's described as disappearing under his shirt, obviously. But there's some of it on his neck too. I don't know if that's just him or if that's people in general. Also, this is referred to as a relic, rebellion relic. Which kind of implies to me that it's not like a tattoo. Zephyr Kuro says hi, by the way. He's editing a video right now, so he's been in and out. So I don't even know if he'll hear that. So Zayden is very hot and sexy, and he sees her, and somebody says her name. And she's like, shit, he knows who I am. And he's like, grr. Grr. Your mom killed my dad. And then she is very sassy. She is an extrovert. She has a good sassy response. She claps back at him a little bit. And she goes, yeah, well, your dad killed my brother. So, That's kind of all of that interaction. At no point does he say, I'm going to kill you. Mira herself has said he will try to kill you. But then Violet, like a very smart person, looks at him and says, are you going to kill me? Very on the nose, I know. He says no. Because, he says no because the parapet will. Actually, did we meet him before the parapet? No, we met him after, I thought. I forget. Doesn't matter. Either way. Are you working, son? Have a bra. Or are you talking to Kuro? One way or another. Doesn't really matter when. He's like, I don't have to kill you because, everything else in this college will kill you for me. And also, she's clearly somehow made an enemy with Jack. I think Jack is just feral. As time goes on, it is, nah, you, I had to walk away to tend to Ethan. Of course I'm working, son. That's the whole point of the stream. Is so that I can work and also yap. And honestly, I hated that I haven't been live in so long. I knew that that would be the case just because anytime there is a convention and I have to crunch. Crunch. I do just disappear, and last week I was out of town on Friday unexpectedly. I knew that I had something that Saturday last week, but I did not know that that entailed us leaving the day before, so that's why we didn't have a stream last week on Friday. Not that I would have, because again, I am in crunch mode. Productivity's been hard to keep up lately. It's those dopamine seeking situations where my brain is like, I need the happy chemical, and this is not making the happy chemical. So I'm really gonna need you to either eat a sweet treat or organize something. And you can only do those two things. That is all that is allowed. So that's where I've been lately. Luckily, the thing I'm doing right now is extremely mindless. So that it's working perfectly for what we're doing. Is I'm studying this bra for anyone who is joining us. I'm very close to finish with this titty. And it looks pretty good. It is heavy, if you're wondering. I hope it doesn't get ruined with like one wear, because it kind of goes hard. This is a swimsuit top that I dyed. It was white. Look at my initial guidelines. When I was first doing it, I had drawn out a guide of where to put each pin, but as I get closer to down here, I'm just navigating by vibes. Yeah, this is for loot. Danger tits, you know? Also, I love the way the light reflects off of it. It's very pretty, very shiny. I do have a feeling that it will harm my arms a little bit, so I just have to be aware of that beforehand. Anyways, back to Dragon Military. So, Xaden doesn't kill her. That's cool, I guess. Good for her that Xaden doesn't kill her immediately. But she survives, and then she sees Dane. Dane is her childhood best friend. And he is also so hot and sexy, but you know, she done been new. He's always been hot and sexy. He's described, I'm seeing very golden retriever boy. He has a beard. Nothing pisses me off. I made the mistake. I looked up fan art just because I wanted to see what people had imagined these characters as, because I figured that I was doing it incorrectly. But I was really only wrong with Xaden. It's fine. Dane has a beard, and a lot of people don't draw him with the beard. I don't know why. I think that's very cute. He gives me very like soft boy energy, even though he's definitely not. And when I first started the book, I did not know who the love interest was. I knew that it was either Xaden somehow, because she was like, oh my god, he's so hot and sexy, and like that was her first. She saw him and she described in 2 paragraphs how hot and sexy he was. And then she was like, wait, that's Xaden? Oh no. I hate that I find him so attractive. So let me be honest, I didn't, like I said, I knew this book is a romance. This book has dragon military. The dragon military is hard, and that there is sex in this book. Those are the 4 things that I knew about this book going into it. If I even knew what tropes were in it, because there's either childhood best friends to lover or enemy to lover. Both are very common tropes. You have 2 options. So when first reading this book, was like, I don't actually know which one they're gonna go for. It quickly became apparent that it's going to be Xaden. And because at first I was like, it's gotta be Dane, right? Like, I want it to be Dane. Dane's very nice. He cares about her well-being. The first thing he says to her, he's like, can we like sneak you out of here? Like, I don't think you're gonna do well in here. He grew up with her. He knows she's so weak and little and lady, and we got to get her out of here. The Riders Quadrant is no place for her. We need to sneak her to the Scribes Quadrant, which obviously she tells him, dude, my mom is a high-ranking officer, not just in the Riders Quadrant, in the entire dragon military. Even though the dragons are really only important to the riders, in the entire military involving the healers, the scribes, the infantry, and the riders, she's a high-ranking general. She will know. She will find out. One way or another. So she's like... And also, she probably doesn't really want to deal with her mom being mad about that either. She hasn't been described to be quite ruthless or even abusive. She just kind of seems like a bitch so far. Her mom does. But either way, Dane is a squad leader. Let me give you a quick rundown of the military structure here, okay? So there are 4 wings, right? In the riders quadrant of the dragon military. There are 4 wings. Under there's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and you guessed it, 4th wing. 4th wing. Under those quadrants, there are sections. They are named after, they are named Flame, Claw, and Tail sections, which, one of those seems significantly less cool than the others, but I digress. It's actually not that not cool because it's discovered later that dragons, not discovered, it's told to you later that dragons, have basically a weapon on the end of their tail. It's how they're distinguished by breed, is like, oh, that's a green dagger tail. That is a, oh, are you making the hammer for Kirby? I thought it was the hammer for Amy. To be honest. Red sword tail, that kind of a thing. Yellow mace tail, probably. Either way. So the tail is actually more dangerous, but I don't know, tail section just doesn't sound as cool as flame section, claw section. They couldn't have made it like fang section or something like that. I don't know. But last spike of this booby. I digress. Under the sections, there are 3 squads, which are just squad 1, 2, and 3. So, and each squad has about, I think, 9 first year cadets in it. So basically, everyone who crosses the funny bridge and doesn't die, doesn't fall off, they are a cadet. Cool. Last booby spike. This titty is done. So Dane is the leader of the 2nd section of the flame, no, 2nd squad flame section of the 2nd wing. And just because Rhiannon is her bestie, Dane is like, I will take, you know, I want Rhiannon and I want Rhiannon and Violet in my squad. So why are there 2? That was odd. Why were there 2? It's fine. Is that from Switch stream? Is what from Switch stream? Is what from Switch stream? It shouldn't be. It didn't change any settings.
Is streaming?
No.
Not yet? You streaming?
No. No! What? Why did you think that? I'm not wearing makeup in front of 2 ring lights after I told you earlier today that I was going to stream. I never do that.
Hey, when you have a minute, I would love the rest of the...
That's unfortunate. I'm streaming.
I know. So, yeah.
I will not have a minute. I can't believe he's not watching me. He's so unsupportive. Anyways. No, the double should not be from the Switch stream. I don't know why it did that, because there was a redeem earlier and that didn't happen. So the stream and cosplay work, I know. Those are two paths that should not cross. Anyways, moving on. Dane puts them in his squad, and also Violet notices that Xaden, you know, the hot and sexy one that wants to kill her, apparently, he is the leader of the fourth wing. So like each of these sections has a leader. I don't remember if sections have leaders. It doesn't matter. Dane is the leader of the squad. So he's like the third tier. There's like wings, sections, and squads. Dane's the leader of their squad. Xaden is a wing leader, like a leader of the wings. So he's got like a whole bunch of people under him. And Dane has 9. At least at the start, he has 9. A lot of people die in this, by the way. Actually, when at the parapet, Rhiannon and Violet make friends with this guy named Dylan, and Dylan tells them that he's got a girl back home that he's gonna marry once he graduates, and he's got like the little engagement ring around his neck, and he taps it for good luck, and then he proceeds to immediately fall off the parapet and die. So rest in peace, Dylan. We never knew what he could have become, but that was just the book's way of being like, people that you care about are going to die in this book. I really hate to tell you. People that you also hate are going to die in this book, so at least you have that going for you. There has been a little bit of suspense here and there in the book so far. I mean, obviously I know that Violet's not going to die, but I generally don't know what's going to happen. So Violet enters, you know, the second, she's in the second wing, flame section, second squad, doesn't matter. The number of the squad really doesn't matter. They didn't give it a cool name, so it's not meant to be memorable. But that's when Xaden looks at her, and, you know, he sexily cocks an eyebrow and says something to like the announcer girl with the scribe pen, and she's like, Dane, your squad will switch with this other squad. So basically Xaden just like asked them to switch Dane's squad into his wings so that Xaden would be a higher ranking official over Violet, because he wants to kill her, I guess. Again, he makes no attempts on her life at any given point. I'm trying to remember what happens directly after that. So that's the state we're in. Shortly after that, they start going to classes and stuff, and obviously Violet is just the best to ever do it. She does books and knowledge so well. Battle brief. The battle brief is one of their classes, and it just gives you a lot of like lore knowledge, which I just drink right the fuck up. One way, there is a codex here that people seem to follow depending on when it's applicable. Like, people will break rules, but only when they know they won't get caught, kind of a situation. So, like, you're not supposed to kill other cadets when you're not on the sparring. Like, when you're not sparring, but apparently when you're sparring, you can. I don't fucking know. But the sparring practice is meant to be Violet's downfall because she is so small and lady and fragile. She is fast though. She has that going for her, and she knows how to use daggers. I don't fucking know. I guess the idea is that just her survivalist instinct kicks in. But in her first sparring match, there's a pink hair bitch that is one of Xaden's buddies, and she just fucks her up. She fucks Violet up. She rips her shoulder out of her socket. She rips her shoulder out of its socket and breaks her arm. So that's pretty cool, and it is made very apparently clear to Violet in that moment that she needs some kind of a plan. And she's thinking back to herself, okay, well, I've got to use my brain since I don't got the brawn, which she utilizes by poisoning people. She is able to win like 5 different weeks of these like sparring challenges with people just by managing to poison them ahead of time. She does so because she is she basically works for the cafeteria. Yeah, so she volunteers at the cafeteria, and everyone's like, oh my god, you're fucking crazy for volunteering at the cafeteria, because you have to get up earlier than literally everybody else. And she's like, oh haha, well, I've always liked to wake up early, but like the real tea is that she is poisoning people. So she, you know, her first person that she's fighting after that, he throws up on the mat, and then she's able to kind of get ahead of him. She poisons all of them in different ways. Before she does so, there is an entire chapter, by the way. This is actually important. This is the chapter actually that starts with, I mentioned earlier, a chapter with a blurb from the Codex that says that kids of the rebellion cannot meet in groups of more than 3, you know, so that they do not conspire against the Empire, I guess. And Violet is out past curfew, collecting reagents to make potions, which she just knows how to do because she's a nerd-ass nerd. She knows, like, so much. She knows more than anyone in the entire school, and this is common knowledge. It does help that she grew up around there, but also she was learning to be a scribe, so I guess makes sense. She was meant to do brains and not bronze. So while she's out there collecting, she accidentally sees a group of these kids of the rebellion kids, like a big group of them crowding together, and she's like, oh shit, if they're like, or if they're conspiring, I have to find out. I would hate for something bad to happen, and it was my fault that I didn't do anything. So she eavesdrops on them, and turns out they're not doing anything dastardly. It's literally just the older years trying to help out the younger years. People have a tendency, it's like Violet just kind of mentions in passing, people have a tendency to kind of ally themselves with people that are from their like hometown. She mentions that there is like a coastal town, or a coastal, I guess, state, I'll call it, and the people from that coastal state have a tendency to meet together by the pond because it reminds them of home, whatever. So it's literally just them kind of sticking together and helping each other out. So Zayden's like, all right, who has questions? What can I teach you? How can I help? That kind of a thing. And that's the only reason for this meeting. But they have to do it at night because children of the rebellion aren't allowed to meet in groups of more than 3. And this is the first instance where you go, hey, that's pretty fucked up. Like, we already knew it was fucked up that they made the kids watch their parents' execution. But, and if you're wondering, there is a different excerpt from a different chapter, I don't remember which, but there's an excerpt at the beginning of a different chapter where it is an excerpt from a letter between Violet's mom and the king, and it's Violet's mom just basically saying, I officially disagree with the choice of General Melgren to execute the kids in front of, or the the parents in front of their kids. She thinks that's fucked up. So just in case you were wondering if her mommy was evil, not entirely. She's not a perfect soul. I don't know how I feel about those studs, but I'm going to ignore it. The placement of those studs, it's fine. But after everyone leaves, Violet, you know, stalks out of her little hiding spot. And she's like, okay, good, nobody saw me. And then Xaden comes out of nowhere and he's like, hey, bitch, you fucking eavesdropping? And now Xaden, under the cover of night, easily could kill her, and he doesn't. Because of course he doesn't. I don't remember if he does the dagger against the throat thing, but that does happen at some point because, you know, you can't have a YA novel without the enemies to lovers putting the dagger against each other's throats in a sexy way. You know, nothing sexier than trying to kill your love interest. Anyways, she's like, how the fuck? And Xaden is third year, I don't remember. So he has a dragon. The way you get a dragon, more lore, there is an event called Threshing, which sounds horrendous, but there's an event in October. They start the school year in the summer. There's an event where the dragons choose the people. And a lot of people die during this because, well, the cadets can kill each other just to make their odds better. That's one way you can die. Another way is if a dragon just like really fucking hates you. If you got bad vibes, excuse me, the dragon might just kill you. 3, if you do get selected by a dragon and get on its back, but you do not survive the first like flight with it. That can also happen. So there's a lot of ways to die during the threshing, and that's a very dangerous part, you know, in all of this. There's a lot of select events that people think are particularly deadly, and then once they pass, then they like to mention the next dangerous task. Threshing is actually not the next dangerous task in my synopsis here. The next particularly dangerous task is, well, each week she has to duel with people, but like I said, you know, she's poisoning people. It's fine. It's fine for now. Back to Xaden. He's like, hey, my dragon, the power it grants me, I got one of the best dragons that ever was. It's so cool. It's a big black dragon. I forget what's on its tail. It doesn't really matter, but his dragon gives him the power to command shadows. What does that mean? Who fucking knows? There's a lot that you are not supposed to know. A big one being the powers that dragons give you. For example, Dane's power is not common knowledge, but he told Violet, because they're besties, that his dragon's power is, or the power that his dragon gives him is that he can, when he touches somebody, he can see their recent memories, which is pretty good. Ooh, I'm sorry I clonked you. Dane is pretty, he's a first year, so he's not actually in the dragon military quite yet. He thinks that once he is, he will probably be used for like espionage and stuff. But depending on your power is what you will actually be doing once you're actually in the dragon military, once you graduated dragon military school. Excuse me. Gotta stay nice and lubricated since we're absolutely yapping. I might make myself a nice throat tea. My throat doesn't hurt, but it will after this. Plus I need that yummy caffeine to keep me awake, because after this stream I will probably be crunching more. So I feel like that alert is loud as fuck. But maybe I'm just tripping. I have to... Listen, I actually did turn off all the alcohol redeems, but I always have the ice meat available because that's what is one of my streams if ice meat is not available. We're gonna go on a very quick break because I need to go to the bathroom anyways. So that way I can grab the ice, I can fill up another drink and grab some stuff. So we're gonna go to break screen for a secchi. We need to put a mental bookmark in what we're talking about, because I will forget. We're just learning about Zayden. Yeah, get your snacks and more water, for real. I think the whole point of that is just that you learn that Zayden is not the biggest bitch that you think that he is, and two, that he commands shadows. So the bookmark that we're in right now is she had completed, I think it was like 5 weeks of these challenges. Yeah, Zayden has the power to command shadows, so basically that means that we don't really know what that means other than he just kind of always seems to like know if there's a person that is hidden. He clearly can cast shadows, and he can also kind of disappear into shadows. Learning about Zayden as a dragon rider, but bookmark is in, she has just completed absolutely wrecking like 5 people over a couple weeks, by poisoning them. Awesome. Be right back. All right. I'm still making my tea, but that's okay because I'll need to get up in a second. Anyways, gotta get some liver practice in before Momo, don't I? That burnt. It burns. It burns. It burns me. This was not. I don't think I've ever gotten alcohol shivers from a wine cooler before. That's a first. That burnt. Oh, my tea's done. It was room temperature, so that was not desirable. That was not the best experience I've ever had. Jesus Christ. Alright. I've got tea. On my break, I had a little bit of steak and quinoa with some homemade beer cheese. Some cheesy quinoa with steak. It's pretty good. Probably could have used a little bit more steak. We're on that protein grind these days, but hindsight is 2020. It was really yummy. Real yummy. I learned how to make homemade beer cheese just because I really like cooking. Where should I put you? I'm gonna put you... I need this somewhere very in front of me so I don't forget about it. Thank you, Zephyr, for the ice redeem. I'm moving on. I've collected another beverage. I've filled this up with more caffeine. Whew. My body did not love what I just put in it at a rapid speed, but my body did not get a choice in the matter. Oh, I love trying new food. I love trying new things. I love trying new things in general. It's that ADHD love of novelty. But I love trying new foods. Nothing excites me quite like checking out a new place. Especially around here, where I live now. There's a lot of places that we haven't been because we're new to the area. Anyway, so Violet dunked on basically everyone for like I think it was like almost 2 months of her doing those sparring challenges, right? All the while they're going to like classes. Foodies unite indeed. Hi Jude. Have anything to say? Yeah? And what do you think about that? You don't think anything else? We're gonna have a Juno really quick, a Juno break. Juno, come here. Where are you going? Where are you going? Come here. Come back over here, Miss Bam. Yeah, I know. Come here. Whoop. Look, that's you. Look, that's you. This is my baby. She doesn't like to be held like a baby though. She'd rather be held like this. We'll just take a little bit of a Juno break because she is cute. Please don't touch my mic. Thank you so much. Look at her dumb little face. This is my dragon. So after that comes the gauntlet. The gauntlet is like well known as like another thing that will absolutely kill you. By this point, by the way, it's also mentioned that remember Jack, the asshole? He has a couple friends, so it's always like a group of 3 bullies, and they've just decided that Violet is really fucking weak, and if they don't somehow kill Violet, she will only bring down the rest of the dragon military. I don't know why they care so much, but they really do care so much. I don't know what that's about. They don't really cause that much trouble for her. All the while Dane is continually just kind of like trying to either help Violet, which he, now that I'm kind of thinking about it, other than adding her to his squad, he doesn't really help her in any way, in any meaningful way. At some point Mira manages to sneak, we haven't seen Mira like this entire time, by the way. Mira manages to sneak her sister, but if you forgot, Mira managed to sneak a journal under Violet's like pillow, and it turns out it's her dead brother's journal that he wrote for Mira, kind of giving her a crash course on like how to survive. It had like a good amount of just straight up secrets, like really helpful things. That's actually how Violet even was able to poison her future challengers, because in the journal her brother mentions like where to find the logs where they have predetermined all of the matches for the sparring kind of challenges. So she has this journal that's kind of helping her out. But Dane, I don't think Dane actually helps her. All that Dane does this entire time really is try to find a way to sneak her out of the Riders Quadrant and back into the Scribes. That's like his main goal, is trying to sneak her out. And as time goes on, she gets progressively— you're slipping a little bit, maybe. Here you go. I got you. Is something tasty? Did you want to bite my finger? Yeah, I didn't think so. If you want love, you will not bite my little fingies. Granted, anytime she bites fingies, it's not painful. She just kind of was like... Why do you fucking look like this? Are you good? You can stay here. She doesn't tend to like to stay put. She also has ADHD. All that Dane is good for at this point is worrying about Violet and trying to sneak her out of the Riders Quadrant is all that he has done so far. The gauntlet comes around and he's still trying to sneak her out. He's like, hey, I've talked to a professor and they are still willing to take you. Even though, like... Hi. What are you looking at? Are you looking at me? Even though, obviously, sign-ups are over. But she's been studying to be a scribe for, like, eons. So it's like... They are more than willing to take her. She just is like... even if I wanted to, Dane... My mom just, like, would not allow it. I don't know what he can't get through his head. The idea is that he cares about her a lot, and he doesn't want her to die. But in doing so, he has, like, absolutely zero faith in her. So I think they do a very good job of making this very likable character slowly become not likable. I was very curious at the start of the book how they were going to make Dane not the obvious choice for her, other than because a route that books like this like to take when there's like a character that is clearly just like the better boyfriend is that he's too boring, which like I get. This isn't real life. If you choose the most likely course of action, then why would you be writing this book? It's just a diary of like a normal human's life. Where are you going? You're not going on my desk, dear. There's nothing up there for you. Do you want that water? Is that what... She does love paint water. Is this what you wanted? I know your deep thirst for paint water. You little freak. Make your choice. Floor or paint water. I never thought she would choose floor. Anyways, back to my bra. Back to my spike bra. So, where was I in the story? Before Juno very slightly rattled my train of thought. The way I actually lost it, other than Dana's annoying. Also, his, like, description paragraph was only one paragraph, and Zayden's was, like, 2. So, by this point, it's very apparent this was going to be an enemies to lovers. Otherwise, Dane would have done literally anything other than go against her will and try to sneak her out. So the gauntlet happens. What is the gauntlet? It's a funny obstacle course, except this obstacle course is on the side of a cliff. Each of the pieces of the obstacle course definitely, kind of not represent, but like mimic a kind of maneuver that is common when you are in battle on the back of a dragon. For example, there is, the very last thing that you have to do in the gauntlet is run up a ramp, like a almost vertical ramp, and that is kind of to mimic how you will have to mount your dragon, because if it's not already clear, dragons are fucking huge in this universe. You're never really sure how big dragons are, you know, because like even in Skyrim the dragons aren't like colossal. They're like very large Pokemon sized, you know? Whereas sometimes dragons are like house sized. These dragons, I think, are somewhere in between. I actually don't really know. I had a thought, but I was getting a little too ahead of myself to actually speak on it. I was going to spoil my own plot thread. But we'll get to that. We'll get to Andarna. Anyone who's actually... Because I was going to talk about Andarna. Anyone who's actually read the book knows where I'm going with that. When we're talking about size. Size of dragon. Also, by the way, I have not encountered any sex scenes yet. I don't know when that'll happen. A lot of y'all seem very interested in this stream. I don't know if maybe post Momo, y'all would be interested in another one once I finish the book. But I am more than happy to do like book club. Shut the fuck up. Garuga, honestly, kudos to you to get me to at least snicker at a D's nuts joke, because I hate D's nuts jokes. Any D's nuts jokes I've ever seen are so... They elicit a visceral response in me. So kudos to you for getting like any amount of even a nose exhale would have been impressive. Christ. So they do the gauntlet, and they're basically preparing by just trying out the gauntlet over a couple weeks. And the first time she does it, someone from her squad dies, which is fucked up. Maybe you're just slowly losing it during this con crunch. Maybe. I lose it during every con crunch. Can I take a caveat? We're talking about the gauntlet for when I need to come back. Come back to talking about the book. Quick caveat. Katsucon? The Katsucon crunch that I was in did something to me, and I've said on multiple occasions that it impacted me mentally and physically. I have not been the same since before the Katsucon crunch. I actually lost it. I lost it, and then I didn't get it back. I lent it out to Katsucon, but Katsucon did not return it. Katsucon still has it. Maybe I can get it back next year. But the whole thing with this Katsucon is that last Katsucon, 2023. In 2023, I didn't dislike my Katsucon that year, but I felt like there was nothing that I put a lot of my heart and soul and effort and time and blood and sweat and tears into, like basically everyone does. When you prepare for Katsucon, you bring your best shit. It's our little mini cosplay Met Gala a little bit. You bring your best stuff, and I didn't bring anything that I hated, but like I didn't love anything that I had. It's not entirely true. I loved a lot of what I had, but there was nothing that I was like, not like Tay and Minty did the Travelers with these extravagant, beautiful, sparkly wings, like their wings. Like, that's a build. That is something that you bring to Katsucon because it's Katsucon. You get the photos at Katsucon as an event. I didn't have anything like that. I didn't have anything I was proud of. Like, super, super proud of. So this past Katsucon, I was like, I'm gonna make something and I'm gonna bring it. I'm gonna bring it to this Katsu, and it just fought back against me. More than anything, my favorite thing that I made for Katsu are the props that I made, which are my Shadowheart Spear, which is up in my living room now. I actually need to rub and buff it again because it just needed another coat, but that is an after MomoCon endeavor. And I did a commission for a friend of mine, Ricky, who did Kane, Heartsteel Kane from League, and I did the scythe for that, and I do think it turned out pretty damn good. So like my most proud things aren't even me. they're not a piece of me. They're not like my outfit, how I looked. And also I just didn't like how I looked that con, just generally speaking. You know, sometimes your brain does funny things, sometimes you just don't feel it, and I just wasn't feeling it. Thank you, Karo. That's a lot coming from you. I love your prop work in general. I mean, it's what you do. You're an actual prop master by trade. But I crunched on a lot of things that I was not capable of. Biggest one coming to mind is I was trying to make an outfit for Shadowheart that I was not doing in a conventional way, and due to the fact that I was not doing it in a conventional way, I was technically paving my own little path. But the issue is that, you know, sometimes you can be a trailblazer and all, and that's cool and that's good. It's good to be a trailblazer. It's good to question the path and try to see if there are other paths, but sometimes there's a reason that there's already a paved path. You know? If you're going through the woods and there is a path, but you make the decision, you're like, I don't want to take that path. I want to walk directly through those thorn bushes. Sometimes those thorn bushes are not going to be the better route. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it's fine. Sometimes there are no thorns. Sometimes it's just a regular bush and you're fine, and it ends up being a shortcut. And that's great. Are you following my metaphor here? The point is that I could have sewn her outfit like a normal person, but because my brain processes foam better, I basically melded together clothing and foam work, and there's a reason that people don't do that very often, and it's because that's not how clothing is supposed to work. Okay, so I was in uncharted waters for me because it's something I never did, but it's also uncharted waters because it's objectively the stupid thing to do. So that's why Katsukan killed me, because I was trying to trudge through a thorn bush when there was a perfectly good path. Not to say that I would have succeeded entirely taking the normal path, but it would have been better than walking through the fucking thorn bushes, you know? That's very metaphorical. I kind of apologize. But that was my Katsukan caveat. I need Momocon to be extremely, extremely fun, and then I want to have, like, no builds for the rest of the year. I want no builds because you know what I haven't been able to do? I've decided that I'm getting into reading. I can't spare just like a couple hours of my time to just sit with a cup of coffee in my little window corner while the sun sets and read my book for however many hours I want to. Because now it's starting to pick up, and I would read chapter after chapter. Actually, last night I stayed up an extra 2 hours after I was finishing, like in bed reading. If I'm gonna commit self-care, that phrasing is very funny to me. If I'm gonna commit self-care, it is not going to be on my terms. Okay? It's kind of like how when people say, like, if you don't give yourself a break, if you don't make the time in your schedule to give yourself a break, your body will choose it for you, and it's not always going to be the most convenient time to do so. Biggest example of this is like if you overwork yourself, like I did when I was working retail. If you overwork yourself and you don't give yourself any breaks, eventually your body's just gonna fucking shut down and you're gonna be sick for like a week, and it might not be the best time to be sick for like a whole week, you know? So those are words to live by, is if you don't give yourself a break, your body will make it for you. But in a lesser way, I have a tough time committing self-care, like setting aside time and being like, I am going to take some time not working to just read, enjoy living my life. But when the distraction strikes me, I do not have control over it. So if I go to lay down for bed and I'm like, oh, I'll just read one chapter, because like a chapter is only 15 minutes ish. You know, the chapters are not long. I love short chapters. As an ADHD girly, I love short chapters. I need them. Yeah, let me make a nice stopping point. But if my brain is like, no, you haven't met your self-care quota, it will make me read like 5 chapters, and then there's 3 hours of my life gone. Consequently, I haven't been taking this necessarily out of cosplay time. I have been taking this out of sleep time. I have been sleeping extremely little lately. I don't know why. But I'm not going to question it because it's a little convenient right now. Sleep is for the weak. You gotta be careful with that too, because if you go too hard, then you can get sick. And I haven't been sick, knock on wood. I haven't been like actually sick since I quit, and that's just because I don't really see people in person these days. So I will do my best to not get sick at the convention over the next 2 days, because that would be unfortunate. That would be yet another Momo in the books where I got sick, and I can't. I fucking can't. Don't worry, I already take vitamin C every day. Hi, Juno. Welcome back. She says, meow. Isn't that right? You have nothing to say this time? There you go. Back to the stupid dragon book. The gauntlet includes a number of things, such as wipeout balls. They're not actually wipeout balls, but in my brain I was only picturing wipeout balls. You know what I mean when I say wipeout balls? They're the big balls that you jump on them and they're bouncy. They're like exercise balls, but you can fall off. Or the wipeout balls. There's nothing like wipeout balls, so you can't... There's no other terminology to use there. They're not wipeout balls. They hang. You have to grab onto balls. They're hanging wipeout balls. There are swinging logs with spikes on them. Oh yeah, one of their squad mates dies this way. It's just another... We are not close to this character. At least thus far, nobody of strong note has died, really. Like, characters that are mentioned lightly here and there die on occasion, but no one that we care about or know very well has died thus far. At least to the point where I am. Hi, Jun. Oh, she's gonna climb up behind me. Are you gonna climb up? Yes, she is. She's thinking about it. She's calculating the distances. She would pass the gauntlet. Incredible. What a feat. It is goofy, Ethan! That's the point! That's what I said! I said it's not good, but I'm enjoying myself! And sometimes you have to take what you can get. It is goofy as fuck, okay? I was thinking to myself, I was like, the kind of person that would enjoy this. And I had like the perfect idea of the kind of person who would enjoy this, and I literally forget. It's driving me crazy. Maybe I'll remember again. I'll try to write it down. Gauntlet created. Yeah. But the gauntlet, the part that's an issue for Violet is so little and lady. And she, there is basically like a chimney kind of thing where, like, to put it in perspective, one of the other cadets gets up it by jumping up into it and then like making an X with his hands and then like scurrying up the side. Like, if you were playing Mario, this is the kind of spot where you would go like to get to the top, right? But most people are just big enough physically to just kind of shimmy up it, right? Violet is so small and so little and so lady that she can't she can't reach both sides. So over, I think, like almost 2 months of them having gauntlet practice, she is never able to figure out a way to get up this. They're just doing the practice. And then on the day of threshing, I hate that fucking word, dude. You good up there? She's doing the gauntlet right now. She's gonna go and get her dragon. On the day that the dragons, there she goes. On the day that the dragons select their people, all cadets have to go up the... Hello, Adirex. Adirex? Adirex. That, your username sounds like the names of the dragons in this fucking book. We're talking about Fourth Wing if you know anything about Fourth Wing. I don't want to talk about the names of the dragons. That's almost like another topic. Like I said, I would literally make a YouTube video that's just me trying to pronounce names of things and dragons. You just finished it today? Don't spoil it for me. I'm like halfway through. I'm not even halfway through. What just happened? I'll get there. I'll get there. I can just tell you expressly where I'm at. I'm at chapter 18. So I'm not very far in. Gauntlet. Gauntlet? Yes. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's also notable that there are little ropes along the side of the gauntlet. So, like, you can fall to your death, but you could also grab onto the ropes so that you don't die. But you lose, like, a time penalty if you grab one of the ropes. So, it comes to the day that they finally do the gauntlet for their timing. And Violet has a plan. She has never, up until this point, never been able to get up the stupid little chimney thing because she's so little and tiny and lady, and dainty and small and cute and baby. So her plan is once she actually gets to it and she's doing the actual thing. I don't know why she never had it in her to try to do this. Any of the, I think, like 6 or 7 times that they did gauntlet practice. And I kind of also feel like if she really wanted to, she could go out there and practice gauntlet, like, on her own. I'm sure they have free time, and she has snuck out on multiple occasions to acquire the aforementioned potions, lotions, and most importantly, poisons. So... I don't know, but maybe I'm just thinking too much. Don't think. Ethan, you were saying this sounds goofy? It's because you're thinking. Not supposed to be thinking when you're reading stuff like this. So she gets up the funny chimney. She gets up the funny chimney by using one of the ropes. She grabs the rope, because the way the gauntlet works is it goes like across and then up and then across and then up. It's very like Mario level, at least based on the description. That makes sense to me. And so from like where the little chimney is, she grabs the rope from whatever this obstacle is. Like if this is the cliff, there's a rope hanging from here for if you fall from up here, right? She grabs that rope and brings it over to, like, she yanks it over to where the chimney is over here so that she can use it to climb up. Is that allowed? I mean, she gets a penalty, but it's... She didn't die and she technically finished. Now, then after the funny chimney is the very last part of the gauntlet, which is that ramp that you have to run up that mimics getting onto your dragon. She's never gotten to try that, but all that she does, because she's like, I have a plan. It's not that cool. All it is she runs up the ramp, and when she is unable to reach the top of the skate park half pipe, we take technical finish. I mean, she didn't die. At the very beginning of the chapter, the little blurb at the beginning of that chapter, if I remember correctly, is an excerpt from her brother's journal that says, finishing the gauntlet is better, like, finishing the gauntlet in a slow amount of time is better than dying. So, that's kind of the logic she's taking here. She then just uses her dagger to get up the last few steps of few feet of the ramp, and then she makes it up. And there's another older cadet that's like, what the fuck, she cheated. And then Zayden, because he is her higher up, is like, I mean, she technically didn't break any rules. Like, every interaction is very saucy between the two of them, even though it definitely shouldn't be. But at the same time, I don't hate it that much. Because at no point did he ever say explicitly, I will kill you. You know who did say that? Jack. Fuck that bitch. We hate Jack in this household. This is a Jack hatred household. Through and through. So she made it through the gauntlet. More people hate her. We do hate Jack here. You're supposed to hate Jack, though. To be honest. I'm trying to remember what happens immediately after the gauntlet. After they climb the gauntlet, is that immediately into thrashing? No, it's not. Because that's the next day. Oh yeah, then it's dragon time. Then it's time to go and meet the dragons, and this is the part that if you read, like, the Dust Jacket, it's like, it's hard to survive in Dragon War College. If you didn't know, and here's why. Threshing. God, I fucking hate that word. Basically, there's a bunch of fucking dragons. There's like 100 dragons, and there are not enough riders for dragons. So, naturally, Jack is probably gonna try to kill, oh, they have like a little presentation beforehand. That is actually of note. They have this a presentation before the threshing where they all just kind of parade in front of the dragons, and the dragons just kind of check them out, just to check them out ahead of time. But also that way the riders can kind of, well, they're not riders, the cadets can kind of get an idea if they want to approach dragons. It's made very apparent by Violet's, yes, like birds. Like, yeah, big magical cool birds. Is made very apparent. Mates come into play. Mates come into play. Don't you worry. Don't you worry your pretty little head, Kuro. Mates come into play. Because of course they do. So they parade around to also get an idea of what dragons there are. So like there's, you know, I'm just talking out of my ass. This is an actual fact, but you know, there's common knowledge like, oh, green dagger tails are approachable and red sword tails, never look them in the eye, like that kind of a thing. There are correct ways to interact with different ones, but usually like the more docile ones obviously aren't going to be as strong. They're not going to have as cool powers. And everyone has a different power. They really have only shown us a few powers so far. Again, very towards the beginning of the book, so I just haven't seen a lot of them yet. We know that Violet's mom's dragon lets her command storms to some degree. She's like a cooler version of Peppa from Encanto. General Melgren, like the head general, he can see the future, like the outcomes of battles. So as you can assume, that is very helpful in the dragon military. But there are also people who are riders, but they have more mundane kind of powers. So like one of the main professors, he is a rider, but he is kind of strapped to professor duty because his magic allows him to create a basically a 3D hologram, sort of a magic hologram, if you will. He can make a projection from his memory. So that's very helpful in a classroom, but how would you weaponize that? You just kind of can't. So stuff like that. That's why Dane is like, oh, I can see people's memories, so they're probably just going to use me in espionage. You know, there's either that or, I don't know, interrogation. Like, what else can you really use that for battle-wise? But then there's people like fucking Zayden who can do something with shadows. On my fourth wing bingo card, there is definitely a bingo box for he uses this power during sex. Nobody spoil it if he does, but I will be shocked if that doesn't happen. If I really wanted to know, I could ask Zach. Anyone who doesn't follow me religiously on Instagram, I was summarizing the start of this book to Zach earlier this week, actually. God, it was literally earlier this week, and his interest was at least slightly piqued. And then he picked up my book and read like the first couple chapters, and then by like bedtime, I saw him. He was like in bed reading my book, and then the next day he got the ebook on his phone and just kind of no-lifed it and spent 4 hours of his work day. No, sorry. Sorry, Adirex. Zach is my partner. He's my fiance. Zach fucking no-lifed it. He's a lawyer, by the way. He spent 4 hours of his work day at a law office reading, and he finished the book. So Zach has always been more literate than me. He to put it in perspective, he did law school, you know, which isn't easy. He is a lawyer, so you kind of have to read a lot to do that. And I have an art degree. Yeah, it must have been a slow day. Because to be honest, he can do what he wants so long as he doesn't have specifically a meeting. He probably had a couple meetings if it was 4 hours, because he has pretty long work days. He goes in when he has to. But he's very good at what he does. So I don't have a doubt that he was slacking off for that matter. Oh shit, I just finished the bra. It looks good! It looks good! It looks like I bought it like that. Not bad! Not bad. Will this impale my biceps? Yes. Will it rust in the Atlanta rain in 1 week? Maybe. I'm a little scared to try and seal it with the spray. Maybe I'll do a test on some of my leftover spikes. But fucking work! Okay! Let's go over to my my master to-do list and mark that off. Hell yeah. But yeah, so Zach finished the book in like a day and then started on no, not Cosplay Gallery. And then started on Lutz Bra. And then started on the second book. I don't think he's finished with the second book yet. He's moving a lot slower through the second book, but boy. So if I really wanted to know, then I could always ask Zach. Obviously, I don't want to know. I want to read it for myself. I love how little knowledge I have going into this. I didn't realize Juno was all the way up there. I forgot. You can see her little foot. Or is that her tail? That's her tail. Right there. Back to the book. So. Big stretch. That only took me like 3 hours. Cool. We'll do her next. So. when they're parading around the dragons, they're also kind of seeing what dragons are available, and somebody's like, hey, there's a feathertail, which is a rare kind of dragon. And they're like, what? Feathertails don't bond with humans because they're not for combat. I guess very little is known about them. It's made very apparent. Gasp, a feathertail, right? It's made very apparent throughout the entirety of the book up until this point that we are not superior to dragons. We being humans. Humans have no fucking say in what dragon bonds with who. Some of them can be, like, approached, but if you're approaching a dragon, the reason you're approaching them is just to show that you are brave, basically. The dragons have more, like, some kind of power and knowledge that we don't understand. Like, can they just see your character? Maybe. Can they read your thoughts? Yes, apparently. But sorry, the song is distracting for my ADHD brain. So this is notable because there is a feathertail. The feathertail is gold, because of course. The feathertail is gold, and it is very, very small. Very little, very lady. Doesn't that sound like somebody we know? And you might remember somebody named Jack who sucks and is obsessed with thinning the herd for some reason, even though that's literally not up to him. He's just unhinged. I don't know how he hasn't died at this point. Like, Violet can't be the only person that's annoyed by his existence. Fuck Jack. Jack... It sends me into a little bit of a tailspin because his name is so close to my partner's name. I'm like, am I saying his name right? Yes, I am. So, Jack's like, haha, you should bond it, Violet, because you need to die and it needs to die. Weird thing to say, but it's fine. It's also notable that there is another black dragon. Apparently there's not a lot of black dragons, and this particular black dragon has a special weapon tail. You know how they all have a weapon on their tail except for the feather tail? That I assume has a feather on its tail? That one's a morning star tail. Ooh. But it's not gonna bond. It doesn't want to bond. Just so everyone knows, it's not willing to bond. Threshing comes up. Finally, I guess. The pacing I don't have too much beef with, because if the pacing was drawn out more, it would be... It sits in a good nook, because if the pacing was drawn out more, then more things would be believable. I think characterization could be fleshed out better, but they would have to do some legwork to make sure it doesn't get boring in that time, because if you're reading this book, you are waiting for there to be dragons. And the only times there have really been dragons is there have been dragon illusions in class, and there have been dragons when they first got there. Like, they first got there and they just saw dragons. Dragons were just kind of checking them out as soon as they got there. So I feel kind of neutral. Like, I wish there was a little bit more fleshing out of especially characterization in that time period, but it's fine because threshing could not have come sooner or later. It's time for them to go out. Yeah, right? It's time for them to go out and select their dragons. Only in this chapter, only in the threshing chapter, do people start to talk like humans have any sway over, like, what dragon they get. Because prior to that, every professor and even rumblings among the other students are very much like, you don't get a choice in this. This is entirely up to the dragons. There's the whole saying is, what is it? It's, a dragon without a human. It's not a shame, but it's like it's like a shame for a dragon to be without a human, but a rider without, but the human without the dragon is dead. That's like it was literally etched into the archways. It's such like a mantra, is that I think it's a pity. It's a dragon without a rider is a pity. A rider without a dragon is dead. Something like that. It is drilled into you that there is a clear hierarchy here, but the entirety of the Threshing chapter, it's very like, what dragon are you gonna choose? Hey, I'm gonna choose this dragon. Hey, I want to go and find that black dragon because he's cool, you know? Like, anyone has any idea that they have a choice in this. And in the end, they kind of do. They, like, obviously there are some dragons that are easier to approach than others. But I thought that was odd. But Violet, our main character, you might have forgotten about her because of all of the lore dumping I've been doing. Violet, so cute and small and little and lady, she is traipsing through the woods with her little daggers all over her. Another little, not lore really, but info drop that I didn't drop earlier. When Mira was giving her sister, when her sister was giving her the crash course, at the very beginning of the book, she also gave her some of her armor. She made her like a vest made of dragon scales. So that's cool. That has saved her life on a number of occasions, because don't get it twisted, Violet does suck at physical. Violet good at mental, bad at physical. That's the only characterization that you really gotta know. Apropos of nothing. Guess what? While I was on the break earlier, I did not pick up more. She's just a little goyle. She's just a little goyle. She's so little and small and lady. But you know what? She does not need a man to save her. That's the part of her characterization that doesn't always make sense, because she's very aware of her limitations, and yet she's very determined against all odds. But I mean, again, she wouldn't be all that interesting if she wasn't. So, Violet is in a tree because she loves to do that. That's just something you will notice. She loves to climb up trees. She does know how to climb up a tree. She does not know how to climb up a dragon or a chimney-like crevice in the side of a wall, but she does know how to climb up a tree. She does it a couple times in this book. Violet's in a tree as per usual when she hears Jack and his two shitty goons being like, well, we have to kill it, obviously, because if we don't kill it, then it is weak, and because something is weak that is near us, we will just catch the weak, I guess is his idea. The idea is, in his tiny little peanut brain, is that if something weak exists too close to him, he will just catch it like it is a disease. He's talking about the golden dragon, by the way, because the golden dragon is also little, small, and lady, so just little baby. Little baby dragon, it's made note that it's too small for someone to ride it. And obviously they don't have a weapon tail, so that means that they're non-violent, I guess. So Jack and his two idiots are planning on killing this dragon, which I'm not gonna lie to you, I cannot fathom why that would be the course of action. I know that Jack is unhinged, and I think maybe we just needed a little bit more of Jack being unhinged. Well, I didn't want any more Jack. I wanted as little Jack as I got. But at the same time, when this happens, you're like, whoa, like, I knew you were unhinged, but that's insane. That's absurd. Based on what you know about dragons and the way that they interact with humans, what makes you think that you can try and kill a dragon, even if it's a little lady baby bitch, you know? What worm crawled into your head? What you doing? I am painting the straps. I'm just giving another coat of the straps of Sonic's fanny pack some more gold, because when I wore it last year, obviously some of it wore off. I think after that I might do some rub and buffing. I think that's the next course of action because there's a lot of things I need to rub and buff. And that is an equally mindless task. Silver leaf. I need my pewter one as well, wherever that is. Another silver leaf. Pewter? Pewter. Pewter. So it's threshing. Violet's in a tree. She overhears the idiots saying, let's kill the golden dragon. Don't know why. Jack did kill somebody, like, at the very beginning when they were doing, like, the duels, like the sparring kind of thing, where they were just straight up fighting each other. Jack did kill someone for fun during, like, the assessments. So he is unhinged. Maybe I just wanted him to be... I wanted more tales of him being unhinged. I didn't want to see him be unhinged. I didn't want him to interact with Violet. But I need more of him being unhinged for the decision that he is about to make. So, he and his goons go and find the little baby gold dragon. And because Violet is far more of an extrovert than... Well, this is more than an extrovert. This is more than extroversion. She's a lot braver than she should be. And that I feel like she is. But I am not Rebecca Yaros, so who am I to say that? Tay, what are you doing? Just to throw it back in your direction. We're gonna use silver leaf for now. Let me close up my paint first. So Violet naturally is like, you can't do that. Articuno? Arlecchini? Arla? Fuck. That was feral. Sorry. Jack and his two buds. I forget their names. Tynan? And Orin, I think, are his two buds' names. Tynan/Teenan, however you pronounce it. He actually is in Violet's squad. So there's not, like, entirely loyalty between the squads, but I don't know, you kind of feel loyalty to your squad. You don't have to. You're kind of supposed to, though, you know? But it's not like a given fact that you have to respect your squad mates. But it's a little fucky-wucky that Teenan/Tynan is such a bitch to Violet. They just kind of... There's just three boys that have decided that anyone who is a weak link has to be killed, which I think is horrendous logic and shows how tiny pea-brained they are, because with that logic, if they're too weak to survive, then they'll die. No one taught these idiots about natural selection. Anyways. I need one that's already silver. Bless you, Zach just sneezed from the other room. Ah! So, Violet goes, no, don't kill the dragon. And they're in like a little clearing kind of outside of the woods a bit. No, don't kill the dragon. Don't kill the gold dragon. It can't defend itself. Why? It's gold and pretty and shiny. And then, obviously they still want to kill the dragon. And also, Zayden's there. Why is Zayden there? Who really knows? Other than the fact that I feel like he can just see all. I don't really know why he's on those grounds in the first place. But it's not my business. In retrospect, I kind of know why he was there. But we're not going to talk about that quite yet. I'm adding some... I've added some battle damage to my greaves. They look way better from a distance. That fills my heart with joy, is that they look better from a distance, because I don't know how much I like them looking at them head on. Oh, also, by the way, instructors and, like, people that are not that already have dragons, such as Zayden, cannot interfere with this interaction. It's against the rules. Again, you can break rules, but there are sometimes repercussions if you get caught. So, you know, he just kind of is there to watch Violet either get gutted or defend this baby dragon. It's not even a baby dragon, it's just little. I mean, it might be a baby dragon, we don't really know. It might just be little and small and lady. Just like Violet. But, Violet sort of fights off 3 adult capable... I heard a song that had vocals in it. Disgusting. Violet sort of holds her own against 3 adult men, and I don't really know how much I believe that. The author does a pretty okay job of trying to make it apparent why she survives this fight, because there's a time when she's about to get her head chopped off with a sword, and Zayden from across the little field sort of goes, "Watch out behind you," or whatever. And then there's a time when the little dragon just kind of snaps its jaws and scares one of the dudes. But she holds her own against 3 adult, capable, violent male, large beef boys. And we're gonna just ignore whether or not we think that makes any sense. And that's fine. Because that is the only way we're gonna get through this, is if we just kind of ignore that. Hold on, I'm gonna scoot you a little bit so that I can work on this in a little bit plainer view. So that all happens, and it comes down to it, and she does actually almost get got. She has severely wounded that bitch ass Jack. I believe she stabs him in the shoulder with a knife, and she uses the classic remark of, like, when you're doing the brains versus brawn kind of trope, where they're like, "Yeah, your sword is stronger than my dagger, but I have the brains to know the right place to hit you. So I know that I stabbed you right in the blah, blah, blah artery in your side, and if you don't go see a medic, you're gonna die. Ha ha ha." Kind of a thing. She does that. She gets got a little bit with one of the swords. Ooh, I'm sorry, I bumped you. You need to be a little bit higher, don't ya? Or you need to be more out. There we go. So that's one of the things that she does while holding her own, but Tynan/Teenan doesn't matter. The bitch that's in her squad that is trying to kill her, Juice is here. Fuck, I don't know. Can I reach my markers? Juice shots. I can. Hi, Juice. How are you today? I'm talking about a YA novel about dragons. About being the dragon military. You think I didn't come prepared? This is what we do, by the way. Anyone who this is your first stream with me, anytime Typhy here shows up, we take a shot. Because we love Juice in this household. Sit back, relax, make yourself a snack or beverage. If you have anything to work on, you have a real job, so hopefully you don't. slaving over cosplay like this is only for the fun employed. He'll fuck yeah. Good English, Ethan. So Violet doesn't die. She's about to get her head chopped off by Tynan or Tinin. And then a big ass dragon shows up out of nowhere-ish. Working on the mental. Best way to work on the mental is listen to me summarize a YA romantasy novel. So you're in the right fucking place. While I make armor. God, I love Rub and Buff. Look how shiny it is. I fucking love Rub and Buff. It's not in... Oh, it's so beautiful. It's so lovely. These are my greaves. They will go around my ankles like so. They look good. Did you know I'm good at foam work? I didn't know. I just learned. Anyways, moving on. So Violet defends the little fucking dragon. The big dragon comes up behind her. It's a big black dragon. And guess what? It's the one that has the big Morningstar tail. It's the rare one that won't bond with anyone. It's a special dragon. It's the strongest dragon that ever dragoned. And that dragon torches Tinin. Who cares? He's dead. Fuck that bitch. I wish it was Jack, but if it was Jack, then we wouldn't be able to have issues with Jack in the future, and we need Jack to cause problems on purpose. That's what he's here for. He's kind of like the equivalent of when you're watching a kid's cartoon and there are, like, kids that are younger kids than the main character kids that just exist to cause problems on purpose. He's kind of like that, but somehow worse. That's saying a lot. I fucking hate kids. So that's a lot coming from me. So yeah, that's how that ends. Jack ran away in fear for his life. Orin passed out because he got scared because the little dragon went like that's all it did, and he just kind of passed out scared. Oh no, I don't think he passed out because he was scared. I think he passed out. I think he went like, whoa, I'm scared of the dragon, and then Violet like hit him at the base of the neck and knocked him out. It is of note, by the way. It's at this point after the big black dragon, when you say stuff like the big black dragon, it sounds a little suggestive, but that's only if you are rotted and have external factors that make you rotted. Anyways, the big black dragon speaks to her in her head. He's like, kill it, the one that's passed out. And it's at this point that it's really brought to your brain, because I noticed prior, but like it's really apparent. Violet has not killed someone yet. Not that anyone is like really killing people. Like I think a lot of characters haven't killed anyone. Like Rhiannon hasn't killed anyone yet, even though she definitely could. Rhiannon's really strong. She's a strong, cool, confident bisexual. She's just the best. She's incredible. We fucking love Rhiannon. And she's a good friend to our girl Violet. She's everyone's favorite bestie. And I think Rhiannon is arguably the only character that I would say I love. I don't hate Violet, but I definitely don't love her, and I can't figure out how I feel about her characterization in the book itself. But that's just me. That's just me. Violet says, no, I'm not gonna kill the guy that's passed out, because that's fucked up. And this is the part where, and the dragon's like, well, he would kill you if he had the chance. And she's like, yeah, but that ain't me. And it's at this point that makes you think, why is she arguing with the dragon? I've really, up until that chapter, gotten the impression that we are, I keep saying we, humans are in service to the dragons. There are archways in this college that say, a dragon without a rider is a pity, a rider without a dragon is dead. That is clearly establishing a hierarchy that we are fucking nothing to them. They do not need us. They can become bonded and like besties with their humans, but that is not often the case. I need my throat coat for this yap stream. It's around this point that I'm like, why are we trying to talk to and reason with dragons? And this is the part where my suspension of disbelief completely unhinges from my psyche, because all interactions between Violet and her dragon, spoiler alert, the big black dragon is now her dragon. Because he's talking to her. The dragons only talk to the person they've selected, and they only tell their name to the person they have selected. So the fact that this dragon is talking to her is like implying that he is either in the process or wanting to select her. But their conversations are very sassy, and like I appreciate that as a person who likes stories, and it's just an interesting thing to read. A sassy dragon with a sassy girl, a sassy little lady. It's just more interesting that way. But yeah, this is also the part of the book where I really start to abandon the fact that they probably don't have fantasy British accents, even though in my heart of hearts, as a high fantasy lover, I wish that they did. I don't know, it just kind of takes me out of it when I am looking at something that is high fantasy in nature and it is implied that they speak with American accents. Maybe that's just because I don't like American accents. I don't dislike American accents, it's what I have, but what can I say? I'm just an ADHD girly, and if there's anything that I know about people with ADHD is that we like novelty. So, but their discussions are just very, very casual and very, like, comfortable with each other. And Violet is way too normal about this. For a while, she is making it known that she is scared a lot of the time. Which makes sense. She should be, because, you know, she's going through a lot of very scary things. But, so much so that every time she's talking about being scared, I'm like, I know. The amount of times that she mentions, like, her heart rate, I'm like, she is going to have cardiovascular health issues for the rest of her life if she's truly, like, if girl had a Fitbit, that Fitbit would be alerting her to health issues constantly. Future health issues. Which is a funny thing to say now that I think about it, because implying that anyone cares about future health issues when you're in the dragon military, I think it's pretty common knowledge that you are not really gonna survive. Or you would be lucky to survive, I guess. And, okay, so the black dragon obviously selects her, right? He's like, alright, get on my back. And she's like, I can't, I'm too small and little and lady. Has the rest of the book not impressed upon you that I am too small and little and lady to do literally anything? And he, like, just kind of bends over and lets her on. And it's almost like I get the idea that he is the only one that has a personal relationship. I do. Like, has a relationship with her right off the bat. Like, it feels a lot less personal, the way that they describe kind of everyone else's situation. But maybe that's just the way I've kind of gathered it. It just feels like nobody is quipping with their dragon. Nobody's, like, joking around with their dragon quite yet. Because, you know, they just met. And if anything, the vibe I've always gotten up until this point is that you should be like, oh my god, the dragon chose me. It did not have to choose me. It's convenient for a dragon to have a rider because it helps them channel their magic. But like, a dragon does not need a rider, right? So that's the dynamic that has been established prior to this. She did not survive the gauntlet. There she goes. Awooga. Look at that. That right there needs a little bit more. We'll buff out all of this more with a microfiber towel at a later date. But there being like kind of scuffs on it is fine because it's, you know, it's Greaves. It's whatever. What time is it? It's 11:27. We're cruising. I wish I was playing a video game instead of doing this, but I'm not. I'm just glad that it looks good, because if it didn't, I don't know how I would survive. Actually, I shouldn't throw that because, well, I was gonna say because Juno likes to chew on foam, but we could just call it battle damage. So it's fine. I could do the other Greaves, but I want to do the breastplate. Here's the breastplate for anyone that hasn't seen it yet. Did I put in another weapon buff? Oh, I actually need to, before I do this, I need to Sharpie in the carvings to make sure. Oh, just kidding, my Sharpie can't reach in there. I need to go and grab some black paint because I want to do this. I want to do the this part. I'm not even gonna go to break screen. I'm just gonna stand up. So at this point, the Big Black Dragon TM, not sponsored by Bad Dragon. Big Black, not Big Bad. It's actually a pretty good dragon. Has chosen Violet, and he kind of like puts a little shoulder down to let her onto his back, which other dragons I'm sure wouldn't do because they're like, well, a worthy rider of me would be able to get onto my back. That's the energy that has been like fostered up until this point. So this is true. Luckily, when Juno does battle damage, it's really, she just kind of goes like, and that's it. Like, she just pokes little holes with her little stupid teeth. So luckily, anytime Juno has done battle damage, it's always been recoverable. Black paint, blue paint, yellow paint, white paint. Black, blue, fuck. Black, blue, black and put in. Alright. I got the blue, but I don't remember where I put it. And I don't care at the current moment. Because I don't think I'll work on the grenade, at least not right now. I technically, oh, I did grab the blue. I have no fucking brain. Anyways, Black Dragon has selected her, and not only is he babying her, but he is like double babying her because remember how earlier I was like, there's a lot of ways to die during this particular part of the threshing is once the dragon has selected you, you then have to ride on it, and you ride around, right, on the dragon. All is cool and well and fine and dandy. Well, sorry for the random pause. I've just randomly, I know I want to work on this, but I've decided that instead of using paint for the inside of this, just because I don't want a texture difference since I'm using rub and buff and not paint, I am going to real quick go and spray this. I am actually gonna go on the break screen for this, just because I also wanna run to the bathroom. I'm intaking a lot of liquids, so we will be back in just a few minutes. This one will probably be shorter than the last one. Who shouted out Ethan? Who shouted out Ethan? I don't know. I'll be right back. What are y'all getting up to in here? What are y'all up to? Who is shouting out who? Are you guys having fun? Are you enjoying yourself? I'm so glad. That makes one of us. No, just kidding. I think it's about time I could probably put my hair up into speed mode. You know how like Crocs, you know, like the shoe, the Crocs, they say, how do you even shout someone out? Exclamation point shout out, probably, or SO. Probably. I noticed that nobody has used my very cool link to join book Book of the month. I haven't drank very much, but I also haven't eaten much. Not Discord. Why isn't it fucking working? I checked it today. Hold on. I checked this shit today. Well, why did Shoutout work then? I checked Slobs today to make sure it wasn't, to make sure my Cloudbot wasn't turned off. How did it turn off? How are people shouting people out then? I kid you not, I just turned Cloudbot on, so it should work now. Shout out to Twitch. Gotcha. Stop shouting each other out. All right, now try it. My book of the month thing is just to get a link if you want to sign up for book of the month. If you use that link, you will get a discount on your first book. It's only like $5, which the book I mentioned earlier I got was 5 Broken Blades, which is normally like $25, and I got it for 5. Which is really nice. And if you are like me and have newly discovered a desire for literacy, having a new book every month just sounds fun. So that way I don't have to seek them out. And if they are a book of the month, then they're probably pretty good. I got startled because someone just followed me and it played a sound alert. That's funny. Oh, so you have sound alerts on, but you can't hear me. Weird. No, just kidding. Here are my shoulder pauldrons for Jessie. I don't have my Jessie page up. I do want my Jessie page. Did I finish anything? Sonic's belt bag. I'll do another one. Oh, you're done video editing? Good. What are you editing a video for, by the way? No, there's nothing I can check off right now. Let's go back to my Jessie page. God, I fucking love... What's it called? A clip for a VTuber? Gotcha. I only did one, so I can't even really cross that off. I need to heat form these, but luckily Rub and Buff is not mean to, because as you can see, these need to be more like this than they are, but that's fine. Foam is stretchy, that's the whole point. But here's what I've got for these guys. My pauldrons. I kind of wanted to give them a little bit of texture. My heat gun is over there. No, yes, you should get bangs. People told me for actual ages to not get bangs, to not cut myself some bangs. And for years, I listened to them. And I don't know why. Let me learn my own lessons on my own. Because I really like bangs. I really like them. And also, if I don't feel like wearing them straight across, guess what? Okay, so since they dried like this, they're gonna stay like this. But I can just kind of push them like I do, you know, when I wear my typical side part. My Mila classic side part, and it just looks like a cream on top. A cream, it's because I read berries and cream. A coif going into the rest of my hair. So if I don't feel like having straight across bangs for a day, I don't have to. Bangs are great. I love this. If I don't feel like looking like I have a mullet, I don't have to. If I want to be a TikTok e-boy, I can. Why would I want to? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Get back in there. Stop it with that middle part. I don't want that. Horror story of me getting bangs during early COVID. That's the time to get bangs, though, is when you're not gonna really like see people. I'm still trying to figure out how to do bangs. I love that guy. What guy? Wait, did I say something? Did I mention a guy? E-boys in general? If I can find it. Okay, I don't know what you're saying. I'm looking at these pictures, and this one right here, I don't know if you can see my cursor barely from this distance, but this one right here has a little too much texture. But hers has texture to it. You know? It's got the nicks, which I already have the nicks in it. As you can see, they will just be there. Yes. Oh, the berries and cream guy. Yes. Who doesn't love the berries and cream guy? I too am just a lad. And I would personally love some berries and cream. Due to the fact that I don't feel like getting up and going over, because I prepared my ball of aluminum foil for the sole purpose of if I wanted to texture. What the fuck? Are my streams scuffed streams? What depends on what you mean by that. Report poll. I wish I could report the poll. Did I do something scuffed recently, or is this from a while ago? Which one of you fucks made that poll? Gararga? Was that you? Anyone watching the VOD, there was a poll in my chat that said, are Mila streams scuffed streams? And it was a 50-50 vote of yes or no. I voted yes. Fuck you. Fight me. I mean, they are scuffed, but the implication in the two answers were, if they are scuffed, then they are bad. Which is not necessarily true. There can be a scuffed stream that is not bad. That's not true. Scuff does not make content. Whoa. Scuff? No, I don't want scuff. Who the fuck made that poll? Can just anyone make polls? Am I tripping? Hi, Gararga. There was a poll. And I don't know which of you fresh fucks made it. Only you or your mods. Okay, so it was one of you two. One of you was lying. One of you was lying to me. Anyways, I have this ball of tinfoil, and I don't feel like getting up and going over there to where my heat gun is, so I will just do that. Not right now. I will rub and buff these later, even though rub and buffing this, it will be very satisfying, because it's actually a smooth surface as opposed to the greaves that are not. I wonder if I can texture it once it's rub and buffed. What was the poll? The poll was, are Mila streams scuffed streams? I just did. The question was, are Mila streams scuffed streams? And the answers were either no, they're great, implying that if they are scuffed, they are not great, or yes, also, Juice, thank you for contributing to the Genshin challenge. I don't know where we are on that. We're probably pretty close. Y'all are just crashing it because I extended it since I didn't stream for like 2 weeks. Well, I guess we'll never know. And the real end card of that is that it was an even split, which means what I was saying earlier. Fuck you. They're not always scuffed. They just have been lately. Okay? When you say scuffed, I'm assuming that you mean like there are technical difficulties. Which, yes, there are. Because there are famous streamers I follow. Penny Snapcube Parker comes to mind, where there are still sometimes issues. 24 or 50? No, that's the that's probably the sub goal? Sub or new follower goal? I thought. It's definitely not channel points, because if it was 50 channel points, that would have been done a while ago. Oh, I need that throat tea. It hurts. My throat is starting to hurt. Okay, we're making our way. I will stream after Momo. In between now and MomoCon, I will definitely not be streaming because we'll be leaving in less than a week. We'll be leaving, I think, either Wednesday or Thursday. So the next 2 days, I'm gonna cosplay. Tomorrow, I'm gonna cosplay as Nabara. Oh, hold on. While I'm just jabbering and not working, let me turn off my timer. I'm gonna be cosplaying as Nabara tomorrow, and I have half a mind to not go. I'm gonna talk about the con that I'm going to. Ignore my Monster Hunter background I've got going on here. Boop. But this is the convention that I am going to tomorrow. It's one of those that it seems like it has a lot of people at it. I should have applied to be like a cosplay guest, because there are cosplay guests that have like 200 followers, which is kind of the only metric that conventions seem to know exists, is follower counts. So if there are people with smaller follower counts than me, then I probably could have gotten. I probably could have been fine. Granted. Oh, sorry, I bumped you. A lot of the energy of this con is very like when they say Comic-Con, they mean Comic-Con. They don't mean like anime nerd ass nerds, even though they have people like, you know, Artemis from Sailor Moon. Is there anyone here that I'm... Oh, well, Sephiroth will be there, so there's that. I will not go and see Sephiroth because usually the lines are long, and obviously it costs money to like get anything, like a picture with them, so I don't feel like I don't care enough for that. The only reason I ever pay money for any of these people is if I'm cosplaying a character of theirs. And I've only done that for one person, and it was Kellen Goff. And that's because I was cosplaying Freddy. Yeah, see, like a couple of these people I follow, and if they're going by follower count, I could probably be a cosplay guest. I don't know if I would want to be. From what I've heard, they're not always... Oh. Look at the shark. Sorry. It's fine, but I don't really know if there's a whole lot for me to do at this convention is the issue. My plan is I was going to cosplay Nabara, just cosplay my Nabara, because I don't have like any photos of her without a mask from COVID times. But I was gonna like pull a main character, and since there's nothing really to do other than hang out with people you know, and Saturday I don't know any people that are going. I think the only I know some people going Sunday. I don't really know anyone going tomorrow, so I was going to just kind of post up somewhere and like chill and like snack and read and just be a main character alone at a convention, but dressed as Nabara. It just really sounded like a good idea to have like a little picnic outside in the nice weather. And then the forecast came in that it's going to be raining all weekend. So I still might I kid you not, if I had not already prepped Nabara, I would just not go tomorrow. Technically, I can still not go tomorrow, and instead of doing... my plan was to do Nabara tomorrow and Sprigatito on Sunday. I could still do that. I mean, like, I could switch them. I couldn't just not go tomorrow. But I bought the tickets. There are no panels that are interesting. Not that I've ever liked panels. I don't know. I'll probably still go, I guess. I just have so much to do that I would rather stay in my pajamas and not do my makeup tomorrow. And not have to worry about it, and then I'll go on Sunday. I need to ask Tori, who may or may not be lurking right now, if she was gonna go. If Tori goes with me tomorrow, then I'll obviously go. Well, duh. if Tori is down. Tori was debating going with me both days, but she is going with me Sunday. So I won't be alone. Because she's the ride or die. My tea is not warm anymore. I've enjoyed a panel or two. But honestly, the panels I've enjoyed the most were the ones that I went to at PAX a while ago. I haven't been to a PAX in many years. I think the last time I went to PAX it was 2019, 2018, something like that. And like I met an animator for Blizzard. I met there's just like a lot of cool people to meet, and that's when you're going to PAX, there's a lot of networking happening. There's a lot of people exchanging business cards and getting each other socials, because that's kind of the whole business of being in the game industry, especially because there's a lot of freelancing that is outsourced. But other than that, I don't know if I've ever. Can we talk about a very serious topic? If we have any of the weebs in the crowd. What the fuck is up with the existence of hentai panels? I have a lot of questions, but I'm not going to ask any of them because I don't actually want the answers. Anyone watching who is unaware of what the hell I'm talking about, yeah, LMAO. Have you ever been to a hentai panel? They're usually after midnight anyways. Not always. I think I went to one at 11 once. I have been to a couple. It was... Usually they are memes. Still! There are better memes! Still! Voice dubbing sounds better. But I've been to hentai panels where it's just like hentai AMVs. What? Why? And the thing with hentai is that you kind of have to go in knowing that there's every trigger warning on the board, and if don't yuck their yum. Who is they? Is it a yum? If it's a yum, then you shouldn't go. They're not whacking it. Where they play porn in a theater? Yes, but when you go to an adult theater, people are gonna be whacking it. Okay? That's just gonna happen. And it's accepted, and it's normal. It is. Are people whacking it? Are people whacking it at the con? I remember I went with my boyfriend at the time, my ex, it was an Otakon in probably 2018, something like that, and we went to a hentai panel, and I remember leaving early because the other people we were with were like, I do not enjoy this, and I was like, well, yeah, duh, I don't know who would. I can understand Yeah, but the one that sticks out in my mind is there is one, and the thing with hentai is there's a lot of less than consent going on when it comes to hentai in my experience that I've seen, at least. And I've never on my own, just to out myself as a fake weeb, I guess, I have never sought out hentai. This might come as a surprise to you. Yes, thank you, Japan. Very cool. I've never sought out Japan. Nope. Not Japan. I've never sought out hentai. But a lot of the hentai that I have had the misfortune of seeing, I'm gonna ignore that. So I distinctly remember there was one where it appeared that the subject, I'm gonna be vague, because I did not receive a trigger warning prior to witnessing this, let alone witnessing it in a auditorium of people with my partner and two of his friends that I had never met before. A person who was imprisoned for some reason. I don't know what the context was. We were just watching the fucking part. What is it called when your head is in between two slats? There's a hole for your head and then there's holes for your hands. I forget what it's called. Not the gallows. It's not the gallows. It's not the gallows, right? I don't remember. That thing. Stockade? Maybe. I don't know. There was a lady in that was the recipient of an action that she probably, yeah, the gallows, that she probably did not ask for or give permission to. It's possible that she did, and I just didn't see that part because we only saw the fuck part. But it was many minutes of different people in this town coming up to, we'll just say, give her a cupcake, give her a little snack. They came up to give her a snack. Now, did she want the snack? Was she hungry? Probably not. She might have been, but probably not. But it was many minutes of that, set to that one song that goes like, that, you know the one? Yeah. It was at that point that actually I didn't have to say something, because I was not comfortable with saying let's leave, please. Because you don't always want to out yourself as a pussy, apparently. The other people we were with were like, we're gonna go, because this is like, this all has been a lot, but that one just kind of tipped the scale into the too much category. Sorry to go on this tangent about hentai panels. We should get back to the book. There's only a little bit left. Probably. I'm not gonna pull it up because it will ding. DMCA. The DMCA police will snipe me from my window. What is left in this book? So the big black dragon, it selects our girl Violet. And everyone's like, whoa, that is the strongest dragon. That's pretty fucky wucky. She's in the medic tent getting her arm stitched up after Jack, the bitch ass, gave her a cut and like tore through some ligaments in her arm. She's just constantly getting fucked up, but it's fine. Jack is also getting sewn up because Violet put a dagger in his shoulder, as she should. And Jack got a little bitch baby dragon, which is pretty good. But after your first flight, oh, by the way, in her first flight on the black dragon, this is when you learn the dragon's name. He's got a long name. Big black dragon is the name of a bad dragon. Almost definitely. Almost definitely. You want to know something? Not to get off topic again, I have a funny story. Last home at, me and my friends, you might know of them, they're in the chat right now, Tay and Ethan. Me and a few friends got to go to one of their friends' room last Hallmat, and that friend had some kind of affiliation with the company known as Bad Dragon, where we got various pieces of small Bad Dragon merch, one of which being a bottle opener, like a keychain bottle opener that does say Bad Dragon, and I believe it says Bad Dragon making fantasies reality or something like that. I put that on Zach's keychain just because I thought that it might be amusing, and could even be like a tool for him, because if he's out and about and somebody notices the keychain and they know what that is, then he can just kind of go, how do you know what that is? Full well ignoring the fact that it's on his keychain. But he did not know it was on his keychain, and I put this on his keychain, you know, in like December. For the first time, it came to his knowledge because he was mentioning how he didn't really know what Bad Dragon was while we were out with a bunch of his friends last weekend. And I went, is now the time? Yeah, might as well. I was drunk, so I didn't have the brain power to go, maybe I should let him find this out on his own merits. Maybe I should let him find this out in the wild when I'm not there. I think it might be best. But no, I didn't do that. I said, in this conversation, everyone's talking about Bad Dragon, and, you know, the conversation is kind of like, oh, who here knows what it is and why? I'm like, well, I'm a con goer. Fucking, of course I know what it is. Also, I've just been present on the internet. Sorry. And there's, like, somebody else who's like, look at me and tell me that you think I don't know what Bad Dragon is, you know? The large consensus is most of the group knows what that is. And Zach doesn't. I think he's like one of 2 people that doesn't know what it is in the group, and I go, are you sure you don't know what it is, Zach? And he was like, yeah, like, why would I know what that is? And we haven't mentioned it yet, really, in broad terms of dragon dildos. But I go, really? Oh, go look at your keychain real quick. Go pick up your keychain. And he's like, huh? And everyone in the room kind of stops and just kind of watches him, and I was like, look at your bottle opener. Bad Dragon making fantasies reality. Anyways, Big Black Dragon chooses Violet. Sorry to just whiplash you like this. Much like the whiplash of this conversation. The Big Black Dragon, his name is Tarn. I think I'm pronouncing it right. I might not be. It doesn't matter. Tarn. It is short for something. I don't remember what. Tarn takes her on a little flight, and Tarn, I don't know what his powers are, but in some capacity of his powers, he basically, like, with his magic energy, makes a magic seatbelt. It's not actually a magic seatbelt, but he holds her, short for Terrence. I wish. It's spelled like this. Hold on. Tarn. That is how it is spelled. Tarn holds her onto his back so he can do some badass maneuvers and make her look cool. Because he is, I guess, the only dragon who actively works with the rider. Every other dragon is just like, I could care less if you live or die. I will just choose someone else. Tarn has just decided that, no, I want you to be my rider, and I still haven't figured out why, other than she is just the smartest that ever was or ever will be. I'm just the right... straight... You can't say white trash, Ethan. You can't... Automod didn't like that you said white trash. Tarn is... Do you really want to know? What is Tarn short for? That's why I have this. threshing, bobbity ba ba ba, other than his teeth, it's defenseless. Behind you, Zayden shouts, Terninok. This is how it is spelled. That is his name. Tierninak. Tierninak is how. Son of Mert Quidame and Fia Clanfuel. Descended from the cunning Dubhumadin line. This is what I mean when I say I could make an entire YouTube video of me trying to pronounce some of the words in this book, including location names, by the way. So Taryn chooses her, and they get along a little too well, but we're not going to talk about it. It's fine. Maybe there's a reason for it. We'll find out. We probably won't. He does know that she is the smartest that ever was, though. There is a part where, once you get off the dragons, she's like, you have to go up to the scribes and be like, this is, you know, hi, it's me, Violet Sorengale. My dragon is Tiernanak. And he literally says, pronunciation could use some work. So she's in the same boat as me. Also, dragons, communicate telepathically. They can't talk with their mouths. That would make no sense. That would be ridiculous. That would be so silly. So basically, she can speak to him, but he can also read all of her thoughts, which is really cursed, considering I can foresee what is coming down the path. The fact that he always has access to her head is very concerning, knowing that there is smut in this book, and that's why I'm like, well, I don't think there's any dragon fucking, but we certainly shall see. Now, remember the little golden dragon that she saved? And that's why Taryn kind of chose her. He was like, wow, that was really cool of you, and also you're very smart. I will choose you. I choose you, Pikachu. The golden dragon chooses her too. Which is a thing that doesn't happen. I commend her for doing something that I truly didn't expect. I would have never expected that. But, basically when a dragon chooses you, you know they chose you because they tell you their name. So in her head, she heard, you know, Tiernanak, whatever. But you can call me Taryn. And then, as she's telling the person with the scroll, like, Tiernanak, you know, the person with the scroll is like, that's cool, you know, Taryn is a legend. He's literally a legendary dragon. He's the strongest that ever was or ever will be. He's very cool and big and strong, and you're very small and stupid and little and lady and weak. Well, she's not stupid. You're weak and little and lady. So crazy. And then in her head, she hears... I'm gonna type this one out, too. There's just so many consonants, is the thing. Nar... Ram. Stop shouting each other out. And that's the golden dragon's name. The golden dragon says into her head, Andarnarum. 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 Andarna for short. Andarna is just like the one that my tiny little human brain. Arnar. Arnar. So yeah. Andarna is the shorter name for the smaller one, and she says into Violet's. Yes, that was the point. Arnar. Especially considering me, I say Nar constantly. again, I commend the book for doing something I didn't expect. Everyone freaks out. All of the generals are like screaming at each other because they're like, this shouldn't be allowed. And then finally, for the first time, well, you can't shout me out. For the first time in this fucking book, no, for the first time since the threshing chapter began. Arnar, Cleo, don't get in the water. You might. Arnar. Try it again. Try my book of the month thing real quick. Because I don't know why it's not working. Only the Twitch one works. Oh, that worked! Use my link and you can get your first book. And you do get to choose your book, by the way. It's not just a random book every month. And if you like ebooks and audiobooks, they have selections for that too. But if anyone wants to become literate again with me, like I said, my book this month is 5 Broken Blades. Once I finish this 4th wing, I will probably read the next 4th wing book after that instead of the other one. I don't know at what point I'm gonna start just flying through books, but that's my goal in life, is to just obliterate books, and hopefully I'll get a lot faster at synopsizing them. Granted, I wasn't really trying to cut this one down. I was just letting this one be as long as it needed to because it had to fill out the length of a stream, and I've been talking about this book for 4 hours now. So that's pretty good if you ask me. Continuing on. She has 2 dragons. All of the generals are like, what the fuck? You can't do that! And for the first time since the threshing chapter began, I'm gonna stop drinking caffeine, actually. This is throat tea. It's that slippery elm shit. So good. Anyways, it's late. I will stop drinking caffeine. Oh, I'm sorry I bumped you. I still haven't decided if I'm going to. Let me, before I think about it. Oh shit, it's like midnight. Text Tori real quick and see. You coming tomorrow or only Sunday? I'm really debating just not going tomorrow. I also just noticed it's after midnight. I didn't know. Because I would love to go to sleep and not have to worry about when to wake up and just work on cosplay tomorrow. And then maybe wear Nabara the day after instead of Sprigatito. I love Sprigatito, but I have good photos of her. I don't have any good photos of Nabara. Plus, I feel like Nabara is always a safe bet. Everyone, bitches love Nabara. Oh, you know what I do have that I could work on, actually? Hold on, where is it? I decided to redo my Nabara hammer. Because I just painted it. Come up north, I got you? What do you mean come up north? What? Oh, for photos, you mean. Come down south. Just do that. I might do that. I just feel bad because I purchased tickets for both days. You know? Like, at the very least, I could just show up for like a little bit and I don't have to get into full gear. But I am not really one known for doing things halfway now, am I? No, I am not. So I could potentially for a couple days in July. Word up. You know I'm free always. So Violet's been chosen by 2 dragons and everyone's freaking the fuck out because that's not allowed. Like, they have a choice, and I keep starting the sentence and getting distracted. But for the first time since the threshing chapter started, somebody says it is not up to the humans to decide what happens here. This is up to the dragons. Like, I don't know why they're all the healer that is healing Violet literally says to her, I don't know why all the generals are fighting over this. It's not like it's up to them. at all, because they're all like, no, she can't have 2 dragons. It's not allowed. I really don't know why everyone's freaking out, and I really don't know why everyone's acting like it is within anyone's say. Humans have very little know about like the laws of dragons. They only kind of know what the dragons have decided to tell them. So all the dragons kind of fly up and they meet on a mountain and they talk it out, because like I said, they are the only ones that really have anything to say about that. Taryn tells Violet, he's like, stay near your wing later, talking about Xaden, and she's like, I guess. She doesn't really stay near Xaden. Ooh, there was a scene with Xaden that I didn't talk about. Remember when I was talking about how Violet was poisoning everybody? When she was fighting everyone. And she was like, I know I can't fight them in hand-to-hand combat, so I'll just poison the shit out of everybody, and there's nothing they can do about it, basically. That's a great strategy and all, but on like the last week of these, what's it called? Trials, I guess? The trials specifically in sparring. She accidentally poisoned someone too good and they get sick before their fight. So, you know, before they go up to the fighting arena, instead of somebody falling ill in the battle or like having a disadvantage in the battle, like one of the people, she just straight up like drugs. She just gives them like hallucinogenics and they're too dizzy to fight properly. But a lot of this has been just based on the fact that she apparently has the best timing in the world, and she mentions that she's like, a big part of this is that I know how, in what dose and when to give it to them so that the effects come into play while I am fighting them. And she just, I guess, fucks up with that one, and that opens the ring for Xaden to be like, I'll fight her instead, and everyone around the ring is just like, okay, weird. And Xaden's like, I want to teach her a lesson, and basically this whole fight between Xaden and Violet is just Xaden dodging her very weak little like stabs with her daggers, and one by one he takes them out of her hands because he's just too strong and fast and sexy and good at fight for her. He's just, again, he's the best that ever was and ever would do it. And he basically disarms her dagger by dagger, and she has a lot of daggers by this point. You win a dagger if you fight somebody else who has daggers. You get to take one of theirs. He's got a lot of daggers at this point. So, or she's got a lot of daggers, not Xaden. Violet does. And yeah, during this there's a lot of sexual tension. It's not super sexual quite yet, but Violet's like a moderate amount of horny. There are other characters that are hornier than her. Every now and then there's like horny sentences that remind me that these characters are like young adult novel characters. Sometimes I forget that people are like insatiably horny sometimes. Especially in certain situations like college. What do I know about college and being horny? Hee. Anyways, I don't find that scene gratuitous, but it's definitely not believable as like a scene that would happen between two people. And I also don't see it believable as a scene that nobody would make a comment about. There is a time when he pins her on the ground in like a sex way. Like as in he is bearing down on her. He is between her legs technically on the ground. There's no way that nobody, like, I know that they're fighting and everyone knows how to fight, and that when you're fighting sometimes you get in like precarious positions, but there is no way that nobody in this situation would be like, Were you sure he hates you? Because he definitely tried to fuck you on that mat. At least Rhiannon would have said something, knowing her. Best girl, best to ever do it. But yeah, that was like a nice little sexy exchange. But he's displaying time and time again that he's really just trying to help her. He is helping her far more than Dane ever has. He's given her, over this period of time, numberous chunks of just like, I don't want to say wisdom. It's like kind of advice. They have conversations that are sassy, but he usually has pretty good advice for her, all things considered. How's this look? There's a little bit of a dark area right in here. But it is at this point, coming back to the present, where, you know, she has 2 dragons. The dragons fly off, they have their little meeting. And only now, Dane comes up after months now of him trying to sneak her out of the Dragon Rider program. He comes up to her and he's like, they're gonna let you keep both dragons. That's awesome. Because a few minutes ago he was like, they're gonna make you choose. And you have to... This is the part where... Another kudos to Rebecca Yarros. She did a very good job of taking a character that was easily and borderline likable and making him someone I did not like. Because from the get-go, you want her to end up with Dane. He's nice, he's boy next door, he's just trying to help her, he wants to protect her. He just seems like a good guy. He's overall good. By this point, he's just getting annoying, and it's clear he has no faith in her, which, let me be honest, I don't either. As a reader, I don't really have faith in her. Every time she does something successful, it kind of surprises me and makes me go, are you sure that would happen, Rebecca? But whatever, I'm not the writer. I am the simple reader. But Dane is in this world, seeing her being competent at things, and he's still, like, just belittling, and he's not belittling her, but he's indirectly belittling her, being like, hey, you should let me sneak you out of this program so that you don't die, because you will definitely die because you're useless and little and girl and lady. That side's good. Yeah, that looks good. Nice and metal. Much nicer and shinier than it was before. It was just like a silver paint, and silver paint will never do it like Robin Buff can. Robin Buff is also flexible. That was a horrible throw. The dragons all fly off to have their little... The dragons all fly off to have their little meeting, right? Get in your seats, because it's getting weirder from here. The dragons fly off to have their meeting to figure out, what are we gonna fucking do about this? Right? This is... You 2 dragons, can you even do that? Dane pulls her aside and is like, the generals are gonna make you choose. You just can't do that. And when you have to choose Andarna, which she does not want to choose Andarna because Taryn is the strongest dragon that there is, and also they clearly kind of have a rapport. Andarna is much more subdued in their conversation. She doesn't really have any like personality conversations quite yet. She just seems like a sweet little lady. She just seems like a lady. She's a cool little lady. But she's had very little dialogue. It's mostly with Taryn, and they clearly have like kind of a banter between the 2 of them. So Violet's like, I'm not giving up Taryn. And Dane's like, you need to choose Andarna because Andarna is too small and little and lady to carry a rider. So that means that if you choose Andarna, you will not have to like ride into battle. You might not ever see battle. And at this point we're like, Dane, shut the fuck up, dude. You've seen she hasn't killed anybody, but she held her own against 3, for the most part, 3 adult men You've seen her poison like half of her class. Zero, like, so little faith. It's at this point that you're like, okay, I know why I know why I'm not rooting for Dane. I get it. Because at the beginning you're like, why am I not rooting for Dane? And now we're like, we're not rooting for Dane. He's kind of a bitch ass. I mean, other than being a pussy, he's also a stickler for the rules. So Xaden comes up. Xaden's like, hey. Oh, I think they were talking about Xaden. Violet tells him what happened with the golden dragon, with the 3 idiots that were trying to kill the golden dragon, which she kind of keeps under wraps for a little bit, but not for long. Like, shortly after she tells everybody. But beforehand, she doesn't tell anyone and tells Dane. And Dane's like, Xaden was there? So Xaden set you up. Here's the thing about Xaden. His dragon... Are you in your seats? Xaden's dragon is Taryn's wife. Taryn, Violet's dragon, and Xaden's dragon are mates. So, when dragons, and now we're getting more lore, when dragons are mated, they have to stay relatively close to each other. So, oh no, is this forced proximity? Crazy, never heard of that trope. So now we have forced proximity between the two of them, but the added lore that the bonds that dragons have with their mates and with their, yeah, it's all coming together now. So Dane immediately thinks that Xaden watched her kill the baby dragon, or not kill the baby dragon, what, protect the baby dragon? It's not a baby dragon. Dane muses out loud to Violet, thinking that Xaden was there and watching when Violet was fighting off the 3 boys to defend Andarna, because he knew that his dragon would be there too and watching it. And I think that Dane thinks that he 5D chessed it and like somehow just knew that this would happen and that would happen, and that his dragon, his dragon's name is spelled like, is like that, which I think that's pronounced scale. Scale, maybe? I'm gonna pronounce it as scale. 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 Whatever. It's probably short for something even worse, but either way. Scale. Xaden's dragon. The names are so stupid. Dane muses aloud that he thinks that Xaden 5D chessed this, just so Violet would get Taryn, and in Violet getting Taryn, that would inevitably lead to her death. I don't know. Dane thinks that he did this on purpose in order to kill Violet. While he's musing this aloud, Xaden comes out of the shadows because he knows everything, because he is the shadows. He was molded by them. Dane's like, so you talking about me? Not without me listening. What's up? That's quite the accusation to hurl at your superior, Dane. He is Batman. But instead he's tan and edgy and sexy. I'm trying to remember the exact conversation that follows, other than Xaden being like, no, you fucking idiot, I didn't do this on purpose, because the way that this works is that dragons are bonded very tightly with their human, right? And a lot of times, if they are bonded very tightly, if they are bonded real tightly, if their human dies, they might die too. I don't know how. They do not specify. I don't even know if they know. there's a lot of stuff that is left up to the we don't know, which I kind of appreciate, because when I write stories, I have the critical flaw of needing to know the why, how, when, where, and what of everything. And sometimes you just don't fucking know until it happens, if it ever happens. And if not, then it's a hypothetical, and it's great. But basically, Xaden tells these two, no, you dumb bitches. Long story short of it, if Violet dies, then Tarn could die. And if Tarn dies, then Scale could die. And if Scale dies, I could die. So not only is this forced proximity, but now the person who wanted to kill her, which he's had so many opportunities, he did not want to kill her. He also has helped her on multiple occasions. He did not want to kill her. He never wanted to kill her. He never tried to kill her. Ever. At no point have I ever felt like she was in danger to him. But he's like all broody about this, like he has wanted to kill her this whole time. Because he's like, well, now this person that I hate, I have to keep alive, otherwise I could die. This is a bit contrived, you might be noticing. This is the last chapter that I read, by the way. After this conversation, Xaden leaves. Dane leaves. The dragons come back. The dragons are like, hey, they're all the other dragons said it's cool. You can have 2 dragons. Who cares what the generals say, because what we say is law. Are you going to say no to a dragon? Go right ahead. I challenge thou to do so. Go ahead. So she has 2 dragons. After this, Dane comes back. Our favorite person to talk to. Dane comes back, and for the first time, he is not subtextually belittling her, and he goes, Violet, you got to keep 2 of them. That's so awesome. And then he kisses her! And then he kisses her. And it's funny because in text, when she first sees... Yeah. Yeah. He kisses her. So at the beginning of the book, she's like, oh yeah, at one point, like, I really thought we could have been a thing. Maybe we still can be, because we've known each other for so long. And, you know, we really love each other on like a deep, you know, it's childhood friends to lovers pipeline, right? Yeah, she really only remarks on that at the very beginning. When he kisses her, in her internal monologue, it's just like a normal kiss. They're not like macking or anything, right? If she does not say anything to him, at least to our knowledge, she does not push him away. She probably like neutrally kisses him back. But in her internal monologue, she's saying, I've thought about... Yeah, right! I've thought about kissing him my whole life, but in this moment, it's not what I want. I don't want this. Like, I don't actually want him. She says in her internal monologue. Hold on, I'm reading this shit. Because it's the end of that chapter. It's horrendous! Actually, that was a couple chapters ago. Because I started getting literate. Oh no, that's right after. It's chapter 15, if you're wondering, is where I'm looking. Ew. I missed a piece that makes this even more appalling. Are you ready? So remember that conversation where, like, right before this, Dane... I have no idea what you're talking about. It's nice background noise. Perfect. Fine by me. Where Dane is talking to her in the woods with Xaden, and, you know, Dane's like, Xaden, you want to kill her, and you did this on purpose. And Xaden's like, no, I don't. You're fucking stupid. In this conversation, Xaden actually compliments her at one point, calling her brave, even if he is calling her stupid. Xaden then goes to Dane. Oh, I think Dane's like, you almost broke the rules for her. To save her? Why would you do that? You hate her. And then Xaden, king of redirection, goes, Dane, would you break the rules if it meant saving her life? Would you break the rules to save her life? And the whole point of this is just to characterize him, which we've mentioned multiple times, that he is a stickler for rules, but it's never been so black and white. Xaden asks this. Xaden says, would you really level that accusation knowing it would have been what saved the woman you call your best friend? And Dane's like, there are ... rules. So basically, there's a little bit of a back and forth where, you know, Violet's like, you don't have to answer to his form of logic. We're still acting like we hate Xaden in this household. I don't know why, but we are. Even though every now and then she has random internal monologue thoughts of how hot and sexy he is, but it's fine. She's like, I hate that my body wants him, you know? Kind of energy. She doesn't phrase it that disgusting, but it's among that energy. But you know, she's like, it's unfair that you're asking that of him. I'm ordering you to answer, squad leader. Xaden doesn't even spare me a glance. Dane swallows, his eyes slamming shut. No, I wouldn't have. Dane wouldn't break rules to save her. What a pussy. What a pussy. A pussy and a nerd. And she's really cool about this, by the way. This is probably the most believable thing that Violet does this entire book. Is Violet's like, no, Dane, it's okay. I understand you and how you work. It doesn't hurt my feelings, even though it obviously does, because why wouldn't it? But it's the most believable thing that she does, is that she kind of brushes it off and even like tries to change subjects as soon as possible because she doesn't want him to know how badly that hurts her. And I don't even know how this conversation ends. I think it just ends with Xaden giving them a bunch of information about how they are now bonded, basically, because their dragons are mates. They say they'll burn the world for their partner. Yes and no. It's not burn the world. It's just like I've been saying about the rules in general, there is a codex in this college, but the rules are very often bent and like toyed with, so long as it's A, not super important, and B, no one gets caught. So like Xaden wouldn't have gotten caught if he helped her, unless she told on him, which would be stupid because she was gonna die. She didn't die because Taryn came in and torched and lit him on fire, the guy that was gonna kill her. But that's an ongoing theme, is that the rules they're not necessarily meant to be broken, but they are bendable. Kind of. There are caveats. I'm not talking about hard and fast rules. I'm like, the rule is that you can't interfere. And also, if you break a rule, it's not like that will put you to death. So it's like very questionable that he sticks to the rules this hard. I have a feeling that's probably going to end up being his downfall because it's the only thing that makes sense. So anyways, that happens before he kisses her. They walk away from this conversation and Violet's like, no, Dan, it's fine. It didn't hurt my feelings or anything, whatever. And then they walk away from that conversation. The dragons come and they're like, hey, you get to keep both of us, cool. And then after that, Dane comes up to her and kisses her! After that! Fuck off. Fuck the whole hell off, dude. I'm looking for the part where they... Sorry, I just read a line where Violet wants to say, yeah, nah, what the fuck? I mean, it's understandable that... Like I said, that's kind of the only thing that Violet has ever done that was... believable, I guess? Yeah, okay. Oh, here it is, okay. Yeah, they kiss. After years, Dane is finally kissing me. The thrill is gone in less than a heartbeat. There's no heat, no energy, no sharp slice of lust. Disappointment sours the moment, but not for Dane. He's all smiles as he pulls away. It was over in an instant. It was everything I've ever wanted, except shit, I don't want it anymore. Fuck you, Dane! Fuck off! What a bitch. He's playing with her feelings, but in like the most believable, he's just so, he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know. Damn. Yeah, even right before it, it's her saying, you know, Scotty doesn't know. Yeah. So that's the most notable thing that happens. After that, Zayden and her have another conversation about how they are now bonded to each other. I picked the bear. Yeah, I mean, she writes him sexy enough. You have to do quite a good amount of literary gymnastics to make a character not likable and then likable in a believable way, and in a way that makes sense in the lore. Because we have a good foil in Jack, who is just fucking unhinged. He has no real reason to hate her. He just thinks that she's weak and has decided that he has been appointed by God, or the gods. There are gods. It's a pantheon in this book. They reference gods multiple times. I don't even know what the pantheon is. I don't recognize any of the gods' names. And I'm under the impression that the gods aren't actually like real, because the dragons keep going like, you still think there's gods? So that's fun. But yeah. And then a couple days later, oh no, it's the next day. The next day she wakes up and Rhiannon is across the hall banging some guy, because she's just the bad bitch hoe ass bisexual, slaying all the coochie and the peepus, and also kicking asses and taking names. Rhiannon's the best. She's great. She should be the main character. Although it probably wouldn't be all that interesting, because she's just good at most of what she does. So like everyone's apparently boning that night after threshing, because everyone's like, you know, a lot of us have died since first entering the college. It's pretty sick that we're all still alive. Let's all fuck, I guess. Violet's like one of the only people that doesn't fuck, and Rhiannon's like, you think we didn't see Dane kiss you? You didn't. And Violet's just like, haha. Tactfully changes the subject. Dodges like she does everything else, because she, you know, she's so small and little and lady. She's so good at dodging things. And Dane comes up to her later and is like, hey, about yesterday. And she's like, yesterday? Are you talking about the part where you said you wouldn't break rules for me, or the part where you kissed me? Which is pretty girl boss of her. And he goes, the kiss part. That's the part that I wanted to talk about. Zach is so loud. Yeah, right. She's saucy. She's saucy, but only sometimes is it believable. Dane goes, it's the kiss. I want to talk about the kiss. I think it was a mistake. And she's like, oh, thank God. I'm so glad you think that. And he's like, she quickly realizes that it's not for the same reasons. It's not because he also thinks that like, oh, it wasn't, you know, I don't really think that we're gonna like we're it's because he's like, I am your superior, and that's fucky wucky. So like maybe next year when you're like not a first year, and I won't even be your superior, or even like after graduation. And she's just kind of like, yeah, we'll see where it goes from there. So nice, that one was dodged, but I love that happened, because I needed to feel a strong emotion to keep me going through this middle entry part. This is smack in the middle of the entry of this, because we're probably about to get into the stuff where Zayden and her things start to happen between the two of her. Other than that, the remaining chapters that I read are basically just how the social dynamic has changed now that they are no longer cadets and are now riders. Obviously, there are still some people that dragons just did not select, and there's plenty of people that just died, because that happens many a time. I think there's maybe 4 members of their original 9 in her squad. Rhiannon, Riddick. Please do. Riddick is a character that I feel like we got no characterization from, and he went from just like a neutral classmate to like a bestie. Your star is on the wrong side? No, it's not. Where is she? There she is. No, I don't want to type her name. That's not helpful. But just go back to the cosplay homepage, I guess. Because there's a picture of her. Right there. I mean, I am mirrored because I'm in a camera, but that is her left cheek. See how she's going, like, you know? Her screen is mirrored. Yeah. Either that or... yeah. Anyways. I posted in the Discord. I believe you, but I also don't. I am mirrored. Thank you, Tay. But the only thing that does to, like, really change the dynamic is, based on the dragon you got, it does kind of change what kind of a fish in this pond you are. For example, everyone... Huh? My right side? No? Tay's doing a great job. Stop distracting me. How dare ye? I'm just trying to finish this. Stop messing with me. You stop messing with me! Do you like all my, my Band-Aids? It's from Cosplay Crunching. Let me finish this fucking story. Because my throat hurts, and I am actually getting tired. And I'm still kind of debating if I want to, go tomorrow. And if I do want to go tomorrow, I probably have to wake up at, like, a normal time. I want the story. Oh, I hate to tell you this. I don't have, like, the ending. This is how far I am into the book. Literally not even halfway. And, what I leave you with here is how the social changes is what I'm trying to say. Is, people are starting to act like they're scared of Violet now. Because she is bonded to, like, the strongest dragon that there is. And also she has 2 dragons, which has never been done. Ever. surely this will only come to harm her in the future, and I can only imagine that her mom is not a big fan of the fact that her mom was there for this, by the way. She did not interact with her mom, obviously. But her mom is probably not a big fan of her raising a bunch of havoc. I don't think that's the right word. Ruckus? Having 2 dragons? Not like Violet chose it. The dragons did. The Harry Potter OMG, you freak of nature. She's not even a freak of nature. It's just like, I feel like that's the direction that this is going. But we shall see. But there's a couple of upperclassmen that were under Xaden and have been hanging out with Xaden. And remember how I said that the first person that Violet dueled with dislocated and broke her arm? Imogen is her name, I believe it's pronounced. It is spelled like that. Imogen? Imogen? Imogen. I don't care. She has pink hair, but she does seem like she's a bitch. Sisters. Anyways, she just kind of... Oh, maybe. Is there a singer? I've just never heard that name before. It's a nice, like, mix of unpopular human names, popular human names, and just straight up fucking fantasy names. It's a nice little mix when it comes to human names. You've got your Dane, which is just Imogen. Okay, it might just... I just don't know how to pronounce that name then. Yeah, I don't know who that is. But... like, that's just a lesser common name, like Dane. I don't think Xaden... Emofen? Oh, Imogen. Thank you. Imogen. Thank you. I appreciate that. Imogen, didn't really, like, hate Violet, but she didn't want to fuck her up because Imogen is a kid of a... is one of the rebellion kids. You can tell. Oh, I didn't know that. She is one of the people that has the rebellion relic. So, a lot of times people want to fuck Violet up just because they are kids of the rebellion. But she suddenly starts being nice to Violet, and it's very clear that it's because of Xaden. So, that's kind of where that left. And also, thank God Jack is finally getting a little bit of what's handed to him because he's ended up bonding one of the smaller dragons. So even though he's still alive, because again, he has to be there to cause problems on purpose. He at least has the equivalence of a tiny dick. It's a little dragon in comparison to Violet's very large, very cool dragon, and also second dragon. I don't see why it's that big of an issue to have 2 dragons when, especially considering one of them cannot carry her. Like, she cannot, it's too little to carry a human. Yikes, a pick me. For real. But yeah, that's where we left off, if I remember correctly. Let me see the last. She just talks about how she thinks Imogen's thinks very highly of Xaden. And Imogen is gonna help her in strength training. That's how that ended up. But yeah, that is a full 5-hour, we just hit the 5-hour mark, a 5-hour summary of the first 200-ish. What page am I on? I literally forgot again. I am on page 208. Yeah, the first 200 chapter. Nope. The first 200 pages of Fourth Wing. A needlessly thorough summary. I will be putting it on YouTube if anyone feels like listening to it like a podcast, or if you missed something and wanted to. Garaga, thank you for contributing more to the Genshin goal. We are at 26,000 We're well on our way. I will not be streaming between now and Momo because, like I said, that's like 5 fucking days. But I will be back after it. This is technically a second stream. Oh, you mean like in the, what's it called? The goal. Oh no, cause we lost, god damn it. Cause we lost internet for a second. Yeah, cause it cut out. It's fine. It's fine by me. But I am gonna hop off. I am going to go and I don't know if I'm pretty tired. I could go to sleep and try to get a normal night's sleep. I've been going to sleep really, really late lately. But also I want to read, so but I'm so glad that so many of y'all seem to like book club. We should name our book club. Do we have any suggestions in the crowd for book club names? Anytime, Zephyr. Well, not anytime between now and we hit that halfway mark now. Oh no. I'm glad you liked book club. Book baddies. Book club. Be baddie book club, bad bitch book club. I like the sound of bad bitch book club, but I don't know, I need something that's not necessarily trademarkable. I'm sure that bad bitch book club exists. There is no way it doesn't. Hot girls read is its own little trend. Bubble tea bitch book club. That's so many words. BT bubble tea bitch book club. It would be a nice callback. Never forget my roots. Bad bitch book. Fuck, I can't type. The Bad Bitch Book Club is absolutely a thing. Oh my god, this is such a cute little website. Ooh, the Bad Bitch Book Club is so cute. Oh, I just bit my lip. Oh, look at the merch. Look at the merch. I want these towels yesterday! Oh! Library hoe! Oh, this hat, this is antagonist? Bad bitch book club? I'm not spending $42 on a crew neck, but... Resting book face, yeah, whatever. I love the hat that says antagonist. I am done with hearing people say I'm in my villain era. I only want to hear antagonist. Oh, that is... I don't wear beanies, otherwise I would be intrigued by this antagonist hat. I also would be intrigued by the Bad Bitch Book Club, like crew necks and stuff. If I had, like, that's a lot of money. I need to own this. Mostly because I live at a beach and I want to read on it. This is the best thing I've ever seen. Oh, it's a Zoom meeting! Boba Baddie Book Club? There's still a lot of words, but... Boba Book Club? Boba bitch. Ah! I'm putting in my email. I want to get notifications from them. I need to know more about the Bad Bitch Book Club. I need to know more about the Bad Bitch Book Club immediately. What is the book? The Storm We Made, a novel. Ooh. Obviously, it's a little too late for me to read it. But I would maybe someday, if a book really intrigues me, I will join the Bad Bitch Book Club. Whoa! Big Black Dragon Book Club. Brain rot is so real, I can tell. Yeah, the Big Black Dragon Book Club. There you go. It's hard to find to think of something simple that isn't something like this. Like the Bad Bitch Book Club is like a thing. Oh, you need to join the Facebook group and sign up for the email letter. Cool. That sounds awesome. The chat box of any Zoom call is poppin', so we recommend at least putting your thoughts in there. Oh, there are subgroups? There are subgroups? Is there like a fantasy bitch group? Because I'm interested in like a novel, I'm interested in lit fiction, but my heart really belongs in fantasy. Treats and reads. I'm deciding if I want the word book club in it. I think I do. You know, big is Black Cat Book Club a thing? That way we can have a what's it called? Raft baddie? What the fuck is a raft baddie? Unless you meant rat. Oh, craft baddie. Craft daddy. I won't always be doing crafts while I talk about books though. Okay, this is a non-in-use Instagram page. This is a public group in Asheville, North Carolina. Mia's bitchin' books. I don't know why bitchin' is such a funny word to me. I don't hate the Black Cat Book Club. Just because I have a black cat and this is a book club. And it has a little bit of alliteration. I don't know why I'm allergic to the word baddie right now. Maybe just because of its use. its large amount of use. Yeah, I definitely want some of their merch. Follow them on social media. Oh, they have a podcast. Man, I love this funny little world I just learned about. Either way. I leave you with this. With the knowledge of the Bad Bitch Book Club and that we can never be as cool as them. But that's okay. We were never meant to be. I don't know why I've got all of like the auto test messages up, and I don't have the energy to figure out why. I do think I'm gonna go to sleep. I do think I'm gonna go to sleep. I think I might practice self-care and not cosplay tomorrow. If I stop by the convention, I might just do it in normal attire. Maybe? I don't know. I don't really like going out not as a hot bitch. If I go, you'll see it on Instagram. If I don't go, you'll probably also see it on Instagram. Have a lovely rest of your night, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and con crunching with me. If you're continuing to con crunch tonight, remember to get at least some sleep. Remember, if you crunch too hard, you will only drive yourself into the ground. Don't kill yourself over this. Twitch.tv. Who is live? I've gotta confess something to you all, my good friends. And that is that I don't always like to raid people because I am sometimes insecure about my follower count. But we got 8 of y'all, so if y'all want to come over with me to hang out with my good friend Queer Venture Time, we are gonna raid her. Her name is Coral. She's playing Baldur's Gate, our favoriteest game. Let me... Oh, I need to mute her. But let's raid my pal, Coral. Thank you again for coming tonight, and I hope to see you guys again real soon. Follow me on Instagram if you don't already, because that's where I'm gonna post when I'm gonna go live next. And I'll be back to tell you how the book ends. Bye!